Hello. Hello, all. Good evening, or good morning, or good afternoon. Whatever it is, wherever you are, this is Hime Utsugi. And again, my sound settings are all weird because now I'm speaking louder and it's still. Whatever. It's. I'm over it. Hello. I say, and I see Goblin, and I don't know if you're still here, London, but hi, Mr. Shoth, of course. Hello, hello. Good to see y'all. Oh, I just realized I forgot to turn on my I like for these Choir of Flesh streams to do the thingy where I apply the fun color to my model. Forgot that. Let me do that right quick. I kind of wing it, and so hopefully it's like this looks like the right color. Yeah. There we go. I sound pretty good. Well, that's good. And it'll just be me, so don't have to worry about balancing quite so much. But yeah, okay, all right. So we are. Why is music is a little quiet, but it'll get loud. I'm listening to the Elden Ring, the Elden Ring soundtrack. Oh, you know what I can do is let me pop that on. I'll put this up there. There we are. I think that's a good spot. Yeah. Well, you and the choir. That's true. Yeah, me and the choir. But yeah, we're just gonna be listening to the Elden Ring soundtrack. I think that'll be good for now. The early bird catches the stream. Yeah, exactly. I had worried that I would be back a bit later today, but it turned out that with the training, my they have different sessions within the day, right? And I stayed for the first two because those were really good, but then the last session in the afternoon was just it just wasn't something that I was interested in or that would help me in any way. So I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go home, and then I have extra time. Like I think we're playing Draw Steel in the evening, but I've got, a good 4 hours before then, so excuse me, I had to cough really quick. Muted that so you didn't have to hear that. I'm really hoping I'm not getting sick. I can feel the little twinge of a headache, but I've been having a lot of vitamin C. I did take that little nap, so my brain feels pretty good. This is a lot of math, and so yeah, we're just gonna play. Yeah. So let me make sure that I have the latest version of the game. Oh, I opened Google Drive instead of Drive Through RPG. That is pretty funny. Yeah, I would hate to get sick. It's like a terrible time right now. I have a lot to do at work and everything. Ooh, new updates on the 5th. Oh, that was yesterday. Okay. Let me see here. I don't know if this character sheet. So there's a Choir of Flesh character sheet now, but I don't think it is. Don't think it is the form fillable version, so I think it's fine. Okay, I have the new version of the character sheet, so we should be good to go now. Okay, let's see here. So, well, it used to say beta. Now it doesn't even say beta in the file name anymore, so hopefully it's okay. But like, okay. Ooh, look, my name. Ooh, I'm blocking it. But look, it's me. I'm in the inner cover. My name is in the inner cover. That's so cool. I wasn't expecting it because it really was just, I was just throwing an idea out there. Um, but, so that's really cool. I was, I was really pleased to see that earlier. Clay brought it to my attention. I was just like, that's really nice because I've played so many Black Oath games and Black Oath TTRPGs that I've streamed and everything. I mean, I've streamed, I don't know how many dozens and dozens of hours of Black Oath games I've streamed at this point, and I don't know, to have my name in there, it just makes me really, really happy and honored because I really love this game too. And I can already tell it's going to be something really special. And so it's just really nice. Yeah. Is this the right? Hang on. Is this the one? Yeah. This is the toggle. I'm just really, really happy and honored that my name is in there. It's me! Properly gendered and everything. Makes me happy. So yeah, so I did want to show that off a little bit because look, that is my name there. But yeah, just for, I don't, well, I cannot hear the music at all. What is going on? Do I need to turn up? See, I'm turning up the music, but then I'm worried that later for some of the loud tracks, it's going to be, oh, it's because this is like caves. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, I think this is a good song to put on repeat a little bit. I would just want something kind of spooky for a while, and I'll change tracks when I feel like it. Okay, I think this should be good. Fully deserved. Thank you. Yeah, I've joined the choir. Yeah. But yeah, so I did want to show that off. But yeah, if you didn't know, basically all that I did was at one point, Alex was like, yeah, I want to have a page where I have a generator or like a table for people to roll for names for the settlement, but it's going to break the layout. So I need something else that'll take up a page so that I don't have to redo and move stuff around. And so I threw out some ideas and some of them were a little too involved, but he was like, I like that notable citizens idea. And then he went with it. And so it's in the book, here. So when you get to the settlement stuff, where is it? Oh no, that's the stuff at the end of the game. Shoot. This section here. There's 10 notable citizens that have a little bit of their own backstory and a cool benefit to having them, but also a problem, like a quest that you might go on for them. And so this section, I just had the idea because I was trying to think of like what other similar, video games and board games might have for their settlements. And I was like, yeah, you could have some cool, I think I spoke about this on stream once. I was like, oh, it's kind of like the people of renown or whatever in the civilization games. And so yeah, that just he ended up going with it, and I really love these. I've been trying not to read them too closely because I want to be kind of surprised when I run into them in the game, but so far we have one. We have the where is he? We have the old tinkerer, this one, Finian. We have Finian the tinker. So that's the one that we have in our settlement. Hi Viper, good to see you. But yeah, so yeah, I did want to just show that off a little bit because yeah, my name is there now. It's super cool. But okay, so without further ado, we are going to dive into the game. Let me get this obsidian. There it is. Okay. Wow, it made that really thin. So let me why did the obsidian window get so thin? Let me do that. Good morning. Good to see you. Ooh, oh, you know what? I think I remember what happened. Okay, so I'm just gonna move this over. I feel like every time I always end up having to tweak it a little. Okay, I think that should be fine. Cool. I want to make sure that you can see the information, but that it doesn't necessarily like take up the whole screen. Actually, I don't like it there because then you can't see the aha. Okay. All right, hang on. This is how I had it. Also, I'm wearing glasses today, so if my eyes do something funky with the tracking, yeah, they might. So don't mind it too much. Okay. Every time. I wish there was something I could do to save window sizes somehow so that it wouldn't do this every time. Okay, but I always have to fix it up a little bit. Oh my gosh, you removed my glasses. Oh no. Not anymore. Yeah. Good morning. How is everyone? I'm doing well. I had some work training, but I'm back now, and I have some time before I play Draw Steel in the evening. It's a very TTRPG full day for me, really. Okay. I think this should be good. I think this is nice and visible. VTubers without glasses. It's weird. I'm so used to myself with glasses that I feel like I look like a completely different person without them. I look so much younger without them. It's strange. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, exactly. The person that made my schedule, designed my schedule and stuff, Kavi, for whatever reason, the PNG I had in my reference folder is the version of me without glasses. And so when you look at her portfolio, my schedule has me without glasses. And every time I see it on VGen, I get jump scared a little bit. I'm like, who is that? Oh, it's me. Strange. But yeah, it's funny. And it's a funny point waster. I'll never forget when Kestrel and Goblin were like going back and forth at one time, taking my glasses off and putting them back on. It was so funny. But yeah, so a little recap. If you were not here in the last stream that I played of, actually, let me start from the very beginning. So this game is called Choir of Flesh. It is a game, the latest game by Black Oath Entertainment, or AKA Alex T, who does these solo TTRPGs. They can be adapted for groups, so you could play this game with a group, you could play this game with a GM and all that stuff. But of course, they're primarily designed to be played solo, and I'm playing this game solo, this particular one. And this game is currently in beta, and so I subscribed to his Patreon, and so that's why I have a copy of Choir of Flesh. And so I've just been just know that whatever I'm playing in this game, the rules are subject to change, and they do change quite a lot every time because, you know, I'm playtesting and we're all playtesting, and that's Alex watches these and gives him ideas on things to tweak and stuff. And so if you have any feedback or any thoughts, feel free to voice them in the chat. Hi, Tom SEO. Oh my gosh, long time no see. But yeah, feel free to mention any feedback you might have in the chat, because, you know, you're here playing with me as far as I'm concerned. And so if you have any thoughts or ideas, I think he'd love to hear them as well. But yeah, so Choir of Flesh is a dark fantasy. Actually, fantasy is a strong word. It's a religious horror game. It takes place in Dark Ages France in the year 1001. And so he made it very period accurate, so there's not a lot of cool armor that you can have because they were limited in what they made back then. There's no magic in this game. Well, instead of magic, we can pray, and the thing is, the angels or the choir are not so benevolent, shall we say. And so you can pray, but there's a cost. So yeah, we're gonna dive into it. So in in session 1, we set up the main character. His name was Tariq, from the Iberian Peninsula, and he used to be a noble. And but, you know, the apocalypse happened. Actually, we call it the twin apocalypses, because it was the choir that came down and then the flesh that feeds that came up from below. And so we just got hit by this double-pronged apocalypse, and the world was not the same. See, I've been doing school stuff. I'm now certified to drive the big red truck. That's awesome. That's super cool. But yeah, so anyway, so it introduced Tariq. Oh, my glasses are back. Thanks for checking in. Hello, everyone. But then, oh my gosh, thank you for subscribing or resubscribing or what have you. Thank you so much. And so, well, so then he had this servant, or who used to be his servant, named Ahmad. And Ahmad, the funny thing is that when we rolled for Tariq's, thanks for the head pats. When we rolled for Tariq's stat blocks, he got the most average Joe stat blocks ever. He basically had a 10 in everything except Constitution. So he had like a +1 con, because this game uses a d20 system. He had +1 con and basically 0 everything else. It was like, I can't say he had bad stats per se, but like horribly average, right? And then later we rolled for Ahmad, who is formerly his servant, but now social class doesn't exist because everybody is dying. And so Ahmad, you know, I don't know what else Ahmad was going to do, so he was still following Tariq around. We rolled for Ahmad's stats, and Ahmad had much higher stats. Like, here, let me show you, because it's funny, right? It's like actually hilarious. But here are Tariq's stats, right? Literally 0 in everything, +1 con. Then here are Ahmad's stats, you know, +2 dex, +2 willpower, you know, also the +1 in con. Like, these are way better stats, like right here especially. That's awesome. Anyways, so we set up Tariq, you know, this kind of bumbling ex-noble who's trying to pretend to be a peasant because he's afraid that people might resent him for being a noble, and so he's just like bumbling around. We did have a settlement that we started from called Abbey Hollow. It used to be an abbey, but it's all in disrepair now. And then we, did some exploring, went around, and then in session 2, after we found a lot of cool resources, we were making our way back to, yeah, Alex said he had bad stats. It was pretty funny. Alex was like, oh, he has pretty, decent stats or something. And I was like, yeah, I'm glad everything is above 10. And Alex is like, I was being sarcastic. Those are terrible. But yeah, so then we continued exploring. And while we were exploring, we were fighting these big things called the censer bearers. So they're these, they were bloated with faith and waving this censer around. And basically, Tariq died. Tariq rolled a critical fumble, a 1, while defending, and took 2 major wounds and just died in the middle of combat. And at that point, I hadn't given Ahmad like a proper character sheet. Like, I had some stats because I wanted him to be like an NPC helper character in battle a little bit, but I didn't mean for him to be a full character. He was just going to be like a little NPC companion type deal. Well, anyway, Tariq died, and so we paused in the middle of combat music blasting, and we were like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to finish Ahmad's character sheet. So we did. And of course, Ahmad has much better stats all around, much better skills, much better everything. When we rolled for his feats, you could roll for your drawbacks, and on both of the drawbacks, I rolled that he had no drawback. And so he has 3 feats and no drawbacks. This guy is chosen, the true chosen. And so he continued, killed those things that had killed Tariq, buried Tariq, and well, Ahmad is the character. Ahmad is the main character now. He's the hero. He's chosen, and so we're continuing on with him. He has just a little bit of anguish, but we are back at the settlement, and we're gonna just have him rest at the settlement for a while, get rid of that anguish, and then we're gonna continue on. And so that's where we are. So we left off in session 2. We had finished the settlement phase. Said, as I settle into my bed for the night, I try to process the events of the day. It was an impossibly long day, and part of me is surprised at just how little I seem to be mourning Tariq's death. No one in the Abbey seems surprised at his loss either. Maybe deep down we all felt the same way about his chances of surviving. It's kind of pathetic. So the thing about Ahmad is that he is very practical, almost on like I wouldn't say sociopathic level, but he is very calm, apathetic, pragmatic. So his whole thing is that he doubts everything. So growing up in hard circumstances and having to serve a spoiled nobleman's son, Ahmad has seen the highs and lows of the noble world. What's an apocalypse to that? So he questions everything and so is shaken by nothing, and that's why he's considered an unbroken. He's not tempted by the choir. He's not super freaked out by the flesh, he's living. He's like, whatever, I don't care. And that's Ahmad. So he's so close to becoming the villain. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. So I'm really excited to see how this character develops as the story goes on. And yeah, so basically the first 2 sessions just became the prologue. The character you thought was the main character died. And then it turns out this other guy who was in the shadows and was the servant and the supporting character, turns out he was the main character all along, and I kind of love that. But yeah, so we are continuing on with Ahmad's story. So the first thing, to be fair, that's probably exactly what you need in this setting. That is so true. Yeah, I think that's so cool, and I actually really love the idea of this former servant being the main character rather than like the nobleman's son. That just happens to be what we rolled and everything, so that's what we had. Because at first I was going to make Tariq a peasant. Like, originally I wanted him to be a peasant, but looking at those stats and everything, I was like, what peasant has worked hard all their life and then had these terrible stats? Like, this is 100% some like nobleman who's led a cushy life up until now, basically. And so yeah, I feel a little bad for Tariq, but I think this is narratively so much more interesting. But yeah, so we left off, let me copy paste the footer, because this is the footer that we have. And then I'm going to make a new session thing. All right, so this is session 3. And then here's my footer. So currently he has 2 anguish, but my plan is to stick around in town, so that, you know, we have so many rations. We have a stupid 516 rations. Ahmad is not hurting for rations. He did really well. Like, you either have an unstoppable idiot, ideal, yeah, or a realist who doesn't have enough romance in his heart to feel fear. Yeah, that's so true, and that's what they were. And I don't know what it says about me or the world that the unstoppable idiot died. I guess they were stopped after all. But that's where we're at. So, okay. Let me see. And I do know that some rules have changed. So Alex ended up changing the DTN chart, which is that's why Clay is on here. Clay had created this more scalable, the scaling DTN table. So the DTN will be changing. Oh, let me make my disclaimer. This disclaimer is that I usually just copy paste this, but basically the stream contains mature subjects such as textual depictions of violence, complex religious themes, and body horror. I will always warn and give countdowns before displaying anything potentially horrific, but we're displaying. Okay. Please watch with caution. Please watch or listen with caution. Okay. To pin that there. Okay. Just for people stumbling in, because I do think that the content of Choir of Flesh is kind of different from what I usually play or discuss, and so I just want to make sure that everyone is prepared. It is a bit of a downer, game in the sense that, you know, not a bunch of happy things are going to be happening here. Okay, so let me get the new DTN thingy. Oh, this bookmark went to the wrong place. Let me find it. Is there a table? Aha, here it is. Okay, yeah, it's different. Okay. We use the following table. Okay, so this is the scaling DTN. Goodness gracious. Does the total modifier here count? It's kind of similar. I see. Oh, is this still counting the mastery and everything? That's the part that I don't know. Let me see. So I'm gonna screenshot this because this goes into my Obsidian because I like having it to refer back to. I made this like gameplay loop page, but so you see how this scales a little bit differently than before. Hi, Rexfiel. So this is what it was before. So you can see that before it was just on this step. And so what came up in discussion was that actually this DTN as it was written didn't really matter because everything scaled up. And so in the end, what you were basically still trying to beat the same number all the time. And so Clay had this idea for a scaling version. And so this is what it ended up. So it's similar. But it scales a little bit differently, so you're not always trying to beat this exact same number. And so I think this is a better way of doing it. I guess. I mean, that's what we're testing, right? So let me delete that. Let me put the hi cats. Yes, yeah. Hello. Stop it. You made me bleed yesterday. I'm still mad about that. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood, etc. You know, where's the okay. Okay. So I'm gonna rename that to DTN. Okay. So now I have the new version in here. Hello, I see the Flesh is singing today. Yeah, welcome. I see Vector. Hi. Okay, so we're gonna go with this new DTN table today. And I did know that this was changing, so this was one thing I did want to make sure I replaced in my files. That being said, I need to check to see if this is still considering mastery or not. So is mastery part of the total modifier, or is it before or after? Because I didn't know if that part changed. Let me see here. Yeah, okay. So this is still the same way I thought. So this is applied to the roll after the TN has been determined. So it's like it's above. Okay, cool. So that part is the same. It's just the numbers from the stats. Those change. Okay. Hello, do you still remember me? Yeah. Hi, it's good to see you. I think it's Lone Wolf, right? Is what your username used to be. But yes, do you often bleed other people's blood? I mean, I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Okay. So we're going to get into it. Okay. So we are currently we're currently at Abbey Hollow still. So let's see. I think was I writing in first person? I am, right? Yeah, okay. Because I've been writing in third person for Rift Breakers, and I played Rift Breakers last night, so I'm just trying to put my head into the right space. Okay. Okay, so I help. We were building the well. I think it takes more than 1 day to build it, honestly. So we started it because I had the resource and everything. We're able to start. Let's say start. Yeah. We also didn't have a name for this stranger, and so we'll come up with a name for them and finish building the well. I think that's a good place. Hime, if you can, just do me a solid. Today I've got a Call of Cthulhu game. Can you take all my bad rolls? Appreciate you. Oh my goodness. I don't know. When I played Call of Cthulhu, my rolls were like catastrophically bad in particular. So, I mean, my luck is going to be terrible regardless. But sure, you know what? It's like, what are they? I've seen VTubers that are like, we'll take your period cramps, but here, I'll take your bad rolls. Sure, yes. Yeah, that's a yes. Lay all your bad rolls on me. Actually, while you're at it, I will split them. I will split them with Kappa. So I'll take some of your bad rolls and Kappa will take some. How are your cats? My cats are good. This one is right here next to me. He just, clawed my arm open last night and was back here begging for attention. You fool, don't open that connection, it'll open a backflow. Why are you telling them? Why are you telling them of my evil plans? They weren't supposed to know that part. I've only seen VTubers projecting their period cramps onto people. Oh, is that how it is? That's funny. I've seen it the other way around. They're just like, I will take all of your period cramps. I wish somebody would. I don't have to worry about that too much. That's what ibuprofen is for. Okay. I'll let you know the results later if it worked. Okay. All right. Yeah, I cast menstruation. Yeah, it's terrible. don't remember what I said about her. She just kind of appeared. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. From a distance, the old woman watches the four of us at work. I want to roll to get a sense of, like, what is this lady's, what is her, what is it? What is that table that has the, about, like, her mood or whatever, where is it? Action theme, significance. Yeah, so her initial disposition that we got last time was wary. Yeah, so wary. So let's see, let's do a call out. How do I know which call out I want to do? Didn't I have a call out manager? Let's see. Let's check. So I think since she is wary, I'm going to roll for her new reaction to us with a, like, a -1. So we'll see what she is now. Oh, shoot, that's bad. Oh, okay, so dismissive. Fun fact, did you know that when starting estrogen, some people develop phantom periods where the body still goes through the stages of a period even if it can't actually menstruate? That is interesting. I kind of went through something like that where I didn't have a cycle for about a year for some reason, but I would have all of these other symptoms. I would still have a lot of the symptoms. I just wasn't bleeding. And for a while my friends were joking like, oh, maybe you're about to give birth to the next Jesus Christ, but I don't know. I think it's, looking back, I think it was just like a hormonal issue, but that was weird because I felt like it was a phantom period in a way. So obviously not the same, but I know that feeling a little bit. Okay. I can't remember if Finian's personality was like. Oh yeah. Okay. Bodies are weird. Sometimes it just hits me that I'm piloting a flesh suit. Yeah, because everything, our consciousness is just electrical signals in our brain, like these electrical impulses, you know? We really are just like mech pilots in a way. The flesh mech. Okay. So in the morning, it's another day of work at the Abbey. Before the sun gets too high, we go to finish building the well. It's back-breaking work. We have to dig deep to get to water that's untainted by the flesh that feeds. When clear, bloodless water finally springs up, everyone lets out a cheer and the stacking of the stones can begin. From a distance, the old woman watches the four of us at work. I don't know why you all bother, she says, as we wipe the sweat from our brows. The sun is blazing now. The water won't stay safe for long. Then we'll just dig deeper next time, the old tinker Finian retorts. There's always a solution. The old woman walks away, shaking her head and muttering to herself about idealists and futility. I've never been called an idealist, so the label feels strange to me. But when I look around at the other three people who spent the morning with me building this well, I can't dismiss all our efforts so easily. If there was no point to any of this, why would we bother? Why not just roll over and die then? If we're still alive and willing, all we can do is keep going until we no longer can. Yeah. The flesh. Let's see. Not to be confused with the fleck. It's normally called dissociating. Yeah, that is true. My favorite quote from Borderlands, I'm the conductor of the poop train. Yeah, that's true. I hope all goes well. Me too. I'm getting attached to him. It's pretty cool. I get to do some like existential wonderings. Okay. So let's see. I know that this isn't the settlement like phase, but I feel like there should be some sort of stuff that happens. But I also don't want to roll on the settlement event thing right now because I think that if I keep rolling on that, I'll get to everything and then it'll feel kind of stale. So I think here is where I can just use some other oracles from outside of this game to sort of like generate some stuff that happens, because my whole goal is for Ahmad to stay in the settlement for at least a couple of days while he recovers. Because Anguish... Where is it? Where is the... Yeah, your Anguish only goes down by 1 every 24 hours. So he needs to stay home for about 2 days, which is not very long. And so I just want, you know, like a scene for each day. And so I think this is the scene for the first day, is like this little, we're hanging out with the other townspeople. I say townspeople, getting to know. And so I think what I also want to do in this Abbey Hollow, so this is notable citizens. Sometimes it's not just notable citizens. So currently we literally have a population of 5. And so I'm just going to just put it as like citizens. And the ones that are, they're all kind of notable, but the ones that are notable already have names, and I think it's fine. I'll just make a note of them at that point, like here where they have the settlement benefit and the potential problem. But that way, as we have some people, like eventually we're going to get to where this settlement has like hundreds of people, and I'm not going to come up with a name and a backstory for like every single person in town, but I think some of the important people, like Finian, like the old woman, perhaps, I think I should flesh them out. Haha, get it? Flesh them out somewhat. But let me see here also. Let me see if I can switch songs. Here. I'm just gonna holler the old woman. I'll just add this to some notes. Okay. So there's 5 of us, so it's like Finian, there's a mod, so there's like 4 other people. So there's Finian, the old woman, and then 2 other people, basically, that live in this town. Or village, really. It's not even a village, it's a farmstead. It's like a tiny little farmstead of people. So there's just like person number 3, person number 4, which... At this point, there's so few of us, but I think this was How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old woman? So this is gonna be, I don't know, can you fish in the well? Probably not. We just dug it. It's a miracle that we even found water in it. I don't know if we should be fishing. The fish are probably all contaminated. So let me see. Person 3. Let me see how old they are. I just want to get some idea of what these people, who else is in this town. Okay, we can't just keep getting, okay, I can't remember, what is the dice that I use for ballads, because a D100 is just giving us a bunch of old people, and I can't, here, I'll give you a little peek at ballads. Sporting characters. I need to get back to work on ballads. I think I went a little too hard on it over the summer, and then I needed some time for it to percolate, and I want to get back to it. But this is, in case you don't know, Ballads of Dawn is the solo TTRPG that I've been writing. It is tarot-based. It is kind of like fantasy life kind of a game. And the rulebook is basically done. I'm just finishing the prompts. So I have all the prompts for spring and summer done, so you can play through half of a year of the game. And so my current next project is to work on autumn. Now that it is autumn in the real world, I think it might be a good time for me to start doing the autumn prompts. But yeah, so it's like, it's a lot. And but I really like what I did with it, and there's a lot of things that I'm still working on, but a lot of the major parts of the game are done, I would say. But anyways, so I want to see, because I can't remember what dice I used for like age or like. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we do this as a D8. I don't really want to be that age. I don't want babies in the town, so I guess I'll do a 2, 3, 4. So I'll do a D4, and so it's like teen, adult, mature adult, elder. We'll do it that way. Put this in here. Make a new note. So it's just like extra tables I'm gonna write. Oh, hi Nether! Good to see you. No nightmare fish. Yeah, we kind of got hit by multiple apocalypses, so there's 2 apocalypses, so it's not a good time to be alive in this world in ancient France, not ancient, in old ages, middle ages, no, dark ages France. Teen, adult, say teen is like 14. through 19. The adult is 20 through, say 32. Elder, maybe 30, 37. And this is 38 to... In this world... Oh, wait! We're in medieval times! Okay. Let's say 28. And I feel like from 29 to about 40 you're an elder, and then from 41 on in this world. Please do not take offense. I had to consider that this is in medieval times, and they did not live quite so long in medieval times. Like, I think the likelihood of people even being in their 40s at this point is kind of low, so I tweaked the table. So, keep that in mind. So, yeah, that's... Maybe I'll do that. Here, I'll say youth. Youth. Adult, mature adult, elder. I feel like 30... Yeah, you know what? You're right. So I'm thinking about senators in Roman times and stuff. Like, yeah, I think at this point, honestly, to be in your 40s in this time was really difficult. So I keep saying the old woman, but she's probably like 39. Like, weird thought. Yeah, you know what? That is so true, for sure. The horrors persist, but I must remain silly. Yeah. So I'm gonna make these extra tables for stuff in the game. Characters. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So I do want to get a sense of how old these other characters are. Dice table. Okay, so the other character, the youth, a youth and a mature adult. I'm just gonna 34, 16. Okay. Okay, so let's say they're 15. One of them is 15, and then the mature adult is like 32. Okay, so 15, 32. And I want to get a sense of what their former job was, and I know there is a table for that for the main character, but I'm gonna use, where is it? Use random realities for this one. People. Okay. That's not... We already have a tinkerer. We don't need an architect. Okay, the reclusive laborer. And then the other one... Hermit. This is the child. Oh, a monk. I like the idea of the teenager being a former monk. Yeah. I think watching something, and I think they meant 30 was the life expectancy for most of human existence. You know what? Let's Google it. You know, actually, I'm not going to Google it. Let's DuckDuckGo it. Okay, let's see. Life expectancy in the year in 1000 AD France. Medieval demography. That doesn't really tell me. That just tells me what the population was like. I want to know what the general lifespans were. Lifespans of the European elite. Those are the nobles. We don't care about when the nobles. Do you think that back then peasants lived longer than nobles? Or do you think nobles lived longer than peasants? Nobles, I feel like you could make the argument that nobles were able to, like, ask for medical care, but at the same time, the medical care back then sucked. So peasants who had, like, a stronger immune system, I don't know. Nobles lived longer, you think? Oh, hi, thank you for the follow. Oh, Moon Tomes, hi. Good to see you. We are currently discussing life expectancy in the Dark Ages because I made this table and then realized like that doesn't really apply for this era, so now we're thinking about it. They didn't have to do the backbreaking work all the time. But you would think they were inside. They were wearing wigs that had lead in them and stuff, you know? Like, you don't think that it canceled out somehow? I don't know. Because, yeah, they didn't have to work, but don't you think that also kind of makes you weaker? And then you're, like, putting leeches on yourself and stuff like that. But then the peasants were outside. They were working. They got sunlight. They had, you know... That number is strongly skewed by a sky-high infant mortality rate. That is true. All right. Let's see what Sarah Woodbury says. Life expectancy varied according to diet, climate... Yeah, okay. For starters, infant and children died at a horrific rate. Some say up to 1/3 of all died before the age of 5. Yeah, that makes sense. And then significant percentage of women died in association with childbirth. Following that, if a person made it out of childhood, they could be expected to live into their middle 40s, provided they maintained good health and weren't killed in war. Both of those, of course, are big ifs. This is the adult royal family. There was some dude, the Maud de Brause, that lived to be 76. Okay, but this is a little bit later than the year 1000. Anglo-Saxons back in the early Middle Ages, from 400 to 1000 AD, lived short lives. Field workers unearthed 65 burials and found none who lived past 45. Okay. Kings did better, so they could be around 50, but the monks in the Carmelite Abbey, only 5% survive past the age of 45. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, so if we say that an elder is somebody... Yeah, so I think this is fine. So I think if you're like, let's say 34 and up, you're considered... Like, you're probably not going to live past 45. So let's say... I don't know, this feels weird. From 33 to 45, you're pretty much like... an elder. Like, oh my god, you are still on this earth. You have been through things. A youth... Okay, I'm gonna say a youth is like 11 to 14. And then adults at this point, you're like 15 to 22. Because at this point, around this age, you're having children. So you're an adult at this point. So then, if you had your first child at 15, and then by the time you're 22, your child is 7. And so if we add 3 years to that, yeah. 15, 22, 7, let's add 3. Okay, so let's say 25. Because at 25, if you had your first child at 15, your child is now 10 years old. I think that makes you, like, pretty mature. So let's say 26. Then from 26 to 33, you're mature. This is around the age where you might start having grandchildren, you know? And then from 34 onwards, you're like an elder. I feel like this makes sense. 33 chance to just die. Yeah. I feel like these make sense. So like youth. And honestly, if you're below the age of 11 in the apocalypse, like you are not. You did not make it. I do not want to see any little 10-year-olds running around the apocalypse right now. At least not currently. Like, we might run into them, but at the moment, I feel like this is realistic. Yeah, children are the first to die. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. We on average lived twice as long as we used to. There's also a merchant class. Society didn't look quite the same. Yeah, nobles also had very poor immune systems. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, yeah, nobles had food and money, but they also did a bunch of really silly things that would lead them to die more easily. So I think that it might relatively be balanced out. Not perfect, but like, I don't think peasants were, on average, were all going to die much sooner. And yeah, medicine wasn't helpful. Exactly. So even though that's exactly what I was thinking. So yeah, nobles get medicine, quote unquote, but that might actually be worse rather than the peasants who can't afford the medicine. And so they have like much stronger immune systems. They're stronger because they do work. They're in the sunshine. They're eating vegetables and stuff. So I think, yeah, but I think that when you balance those two things, the life expectancy is going to be relatively the same. Like, you're going to have outliers on both sides, but I think that it's not going to be significant enough. Plus, in this current setting, we're all mixed together. There's not like a society anymore. It's kind of zombie apocalypse times almost, you know, where there's people and then there's non-people at this point, you know. Yeah, proper food when you're ingesting anthrax every day is probably not. Yeah. Okay, so I feel good about this table. So in that case, let's say that this kid is 13, and then this reclusive laborer is like, let's say 28. They're old, but not that old. Finian, I think is supposed to be like an older man, so let's say Finian is an elder age, so let's say he's 34. Okay. Old woman. I want her to be older for sure, so she's about 40. Okay. So I think this gives us a bit more on the people that currently live in our farmstead. Okay, this is what I'm gonna say. We need at least one happy, positive person in the town, so we're gonna make it the kid, because if you can say anything about a 13-year-old, they're going to be positive in the face of like double apocalypse time. Yeah. So I think this is, so plus Ahmad, this is the Abbey currently. You know, let's give them a name. Actually, I want to use like ancient French names. Let's see. Middle Ages France names. Oh, medieval French names. That's it. Ooh.
Luri
oh my
is
gosh.
raiding with 5
thank you for the raid.
Froggos.
Oh my gosh, Luri, thank you. You're streaming Prey? That sounds like a horror game. You raiders, hello. Welcome, welcome. It says Luri's your go-to for chaotic arcade vibes. Yeah, as usual. Good. It's been eaten by the glitches in his arcade. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Your arcade needs to be beta tested some more, my friend. Welcome. If you need to raid and run, totally understand. I know the European time zones and everything. Gosh, I must be late there. But if not, you can hang out with me for a while. We had paused the game. We were doing a bit of a research dive. We were curious about, just realized realize that this isn't centered, and that bothers me. You're not centered. It's a little unaligned. Okay. We were doing some research on life expectancy in medieval France, so that I could do a better age table, and so this is what we ended up in. And apparently it was extremely unlikely in the year 1000 for you to live past the age of 45, and actually 33% or so of the population died before the age of 5. So that's wild. And so we're in like double apocalypse times, and so these are, yeah, how goes stream it? Yeah, so we did pause to do some research, and yeah, so I'm also an elder according to this. I'm so actually the husband, yeah, the husband is 45, and so oh my gosh, I'm gonna tell him later that he's lived to an improbable age, and if he was alive in the 1000s, he would wait. If he was alive in the if he was a person from the 1000s, he would be dead. I was about to say, if he was alive in the 1000s, he would be dead, but that doesn't make sense. If only we had a huge medieval invention to aid birth rates, like a chainsaw. Right. Oh no, I'm old. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Can I get an F in chat if you're an elder according to this table? If you're not an elder, good for you. Yay. Oh my gosh, surrounded by elders. Love it. We're the elder council. Look at that. That's so funny. Okay. Yeah, so we currently are, the place we live in is called Abbey Hollow. It used to be an abbey of monks, and then there was a double apocalypse and the place was destroyed, and all the monks either died or got turned into other things, and so we're living there now. It's just the 5 of us. There were 5 of us, and then Tariq died, but then this old woman came, and we were like, well, there's a free bed now, so I guess you could stay with us. And so we are currently generating names for the other 2 people. We are having a bit of downtime because Ahmad has to recover from his mental anguish at having to fight these like terrible, I don't want to call them eldritch creatures, because technically they are beings of God. They're beings of the choir. I don't know, God in air quotes, because who knows who they actually represent, right? Anyways, so I think technically speaking, both of these would be men, but that's no fun. So I'm gonna say that the monk is probably a dude, but let's say the laborer is not. All right, the monk. Let's see. Oh, this is cute. Roland. Roland. And then the other, this one can be any gender, I guess. These are so cool. Actually, I guess it's okay for them to be men. We can find other women later. If you're a laborer working at the abbey, no, I want them to be a woman. Oh, Isabeau. That's cute. Isabeau. We just call them Beau. We're just gonna call them they. This one is a he. Okay. Actually interesting how, because of the poor medical abilities of the time, the expected lifespan is actually skewed towards the lower side, where realistically they had a similar lifespan to us. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty interesting. We went and learned a couple things. It was neat. And also kind of sad. Hildegard. That's a cool name too. I love Hildegard von Bingen. I listen to a lot of this artist named Hildegard von Blingen, who does these like medieval covers of pop songs and stuff. If you haven't listened to Hildegard von Blingen, they're pretty cool. The Bard yeah, exactly. I love that. Yeah, big fan, big fan. Ooh, we got ourselves a bow. Yeah, it's Isabeau. Alright, Isabeau is a they, them. Which I know is not period accurate, but whatever. It's my story. I'm making them a they, them. Okay, so this is it's our farmstead. And part of us wanting to go on this incursion is to hopefully find more people that have survived, that are unbroken, that can live with us. So currently we have this little farmstead. We literally have a shack that we live in and a well that we just built. So, okay. Okay. So that was day... I'm counting them. Yeah, I want to count how many days we're alive. So that was day 7. We're gonna have day 8. Day 8. So our anguish did go down. We spent 24 hours at the settlement, and now the next day in the settlement. I don't know what we're gonna do there. Oh, I'll eat a ration. I have a lot of rations. I ate a ration. Let's see here. What shall we do with our other day at the Abbey? Activity. That's not very realistic. Meticulous repair. Okay, maybe we could help. We could help Finian repair something. So let's see here. Well, this is probably where I bring up his quest. His finest tools were left behind. Okay. Let's see. Masterwork. Yeah, his finest tools. I wrote, you did not see that typo. I erased it so fast. Let's see. So I need to come up with a reason. So these rumors create an incursion. I'm trying to figure out like how to communicate. So it's a place. Building. History, guarded, great fire. Okay. Uh, okay. There's still... Okay, so I'm going to read this part, and then that's it for day 8. I'm going to go ahead and eat my ration, and then we're going to go on our incursion. We'll see how that goes. Okay, so the next day, Finian requests my help with a matter. It's like this, boy. The old man calls everyone boy, even sometimes the old woman. I'd like to do better work for the Abbey, but my best tools I had to leave behind. He tells the tale of his harrowing escape, of how his workshop was overrun by the flesh, by creatures of the flesh, and he could barely get out of there with the clothes on his back. Finian's drawn a crude map showing how to get to his old workshop. Doesn't have to be right away, of course, but if you're ever in the area, do you suppose you could drop by and grab my tools? Drop by makes the words drop by make it sound a simple task, but we both know the dangers. Okay. The words drop by make it sound a simple task, but we both know the dangers. Of course, our tinker having his best tools would be a boon for us all, so it's not difficult to agree. I take note of the workshop's location, due north, before leaving to find Bo. Putting together the various rumors and information I found while traveling with Tariq, I've been able to figure out the location of an old soldier's barrack. There was a fire that destroyed the watchtower next to it, but I've heard that the barrack full of supplies and such might still be intact. It's worth checking out. I relay the information to Bo, who reluctantly agrees to bring Roland and Finian along. They'll hide nearby while I go inside to get the things and face the horrors within.
is prolonging their stay in the secret clubhouse.
Oh, thank you so much.
Heimat heart plunder.
Aww.
I mean, borrow the tools permanently.
Oh,
lemon
no.
freak smile.
Don't take Finian's tools. No, I can't take them because I don't know how to use them, so I gotta get them. Gotta get them so he can use them. But thank you so much, Nero. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You were up late, too. Okay, let's see. They'll hide nearby while I go inside to get the things and face the horrors within. After all, I'm experienced now. Once I'm out, we can bring everything back to the Abbey together. 6 hands can carry much more than 2. I feel more assured knowing that there will be people awaiting my return and supporting me. I only hope that there's still some resources to be found. Okay, so with that, my anguish is now, or Ahmad's anguish is now 0. I did eat my ration for the day. And yeah, so day 8, we are going to go into an incursion. An incursion is basically like a dungeon as far as this game goes, but it has some pretty cool, pretty interesting rules. So I have to be careful with like the generation. But let's have a look at it. So this is going to be my first time generating an incursion, so that's going to be interesting. So I really want to make sure that these rules feel balanced. It's always early somewhere, right? Therefore, every time is a reasonable bedtime. You know what? You're not wrong. I can't deny. But I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we must delve. Yeah, so let me open up the rule book so y'all can see. But we're going to get into the incursion. Okay. So this is the second type of exploration we can do. So it's called the incursion. This phase begins when a player has gathered 10 rumors and decides to act on them, which is what we're doing now. The disparate whispers and clues coalesce into a single tangible destination, high risk, high reward area to be explored. This is the most efficient way to gather resources for the settlement and find other things of value necessary for their survival. Yeah. So generating the location. The 10 rumors are spent. You should consider the nature of the rumors you've gathered. Yeah, so I did that. I have the theme. I understand all that. So now we're back to 0 rumors. Actually, apparently, this plugin has like a clock. Let me see if I saw it, and I've never used it. But where's the? See this clock. Does the clock let me do 10? I'm kind of curious about this. Oh, we could even do it this way. I'm kind of curious to see what it looks like. And if I don't like it, I'll just go back to this. Oh! Kind of cute. I like that better than the checkboxes for this. Is this a small clock? Yeah, because this is big. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I like that. I like this better than the checkboxes, just for the rumors. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess the only thing I don't like is that it's not, like, centered. But, you know, it's okay. That's kind of cute. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that's nice. I'm gonna do it. I like the checkboxes for the injuries, but I think given the rumor clock, I think this looks better. Yeah, let's do that. Nice. Okay, cool. A clock, a small clock, a smock, if you will. I love that. I know that's not like, I don't know. I count it as a pun. That's cute. It made me chuckle. But yeah, that's real cute. Whispers from the heavens. No, we found them from people. We went and heard whispers from, like, Ahmad gathered rumors from, like, the survivors we ran into. Could also be a sock. That is true. A smock or a smack. A smlock. That sounds terrible. Okay. Okay. 9. Anyway, so back to the book. Oh, hang on, you didn't see it. I just made it and y'all couldn't see it because I had the rulebook open. Sorry, here's the clock. So I can click to progress the clock, and I can subtract as well. So that's pretty cool. It's a little easier, and I like seeing it fill up. So that's neat. So we're gonna use that for rumors. I like it. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. So that's part of the solo TTRPG role kit. Maybe since I have, the way that looks. Cool. I made it bigger since now I don't have it inline. It's just underneath, so I think it looks cool like that. Okay, so anyways. So we did that. Create the grid. Draw a simple 3x3 grid, 9 cells in total, or simply use the one found there. I'm just gonna make the grid since, you know, I don't want to have to edit the PDF, so... Incursion time. Oh, I see 64. Hello. Okay, so this is gonna be a 3x3. I went too far. There. Okay. This is the map of the location. PCs enter the zone from the upper left cell. Okay. Populate the grid. Roll D8 to determine which cell you must exit from when you run out of incursion actions. Oh, okay, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or would it be better to use the grid and draw? Can I draw on the grid? Hang on, let me... So I have this, the map, but can I... Yeah, it looks like I can add media to it. I wonder if I can add media. Yeah, I can add media and draw on top. You know what? So maybe let's do that. Let me get PDF to PNG. Where's the incursion grid? Did I download it? Do I have the incursion grid downloaded? I do. Okay, sweet. You know, I technically could just take a screenshot, but I want it to look nice. So, okay. Let's do that. Make a new folder. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Eating PDF sounds like a lot of work. It is true. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Ugh, my shoulders did kind of need that. Okay, I'm gonna make one for incursion since we're hopefully gonna have more than one as long as I don't die, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, create a new drawing, open a new tab. Okay. I'm gonna delete that. Okay, so this is the first incursion. I can add a picture. I'm gonna use the incursion grid and then I can draw on top of it. Yeah. Nice. That's cool. Thanks for the head pats. Okay. Yeah, editing PDFs. Yeah, so I think this is nice. Oh, I thought you... Oh my gosh, I read that as eating PDFs. Oh my gosh, my vision. My goodness. What are these glasses even for, man? Okay. So, we're going to check for these things. La la la. Where's the rule book again? Aha, okay. Okay. Roll a d8 to determine which cell you must exit out of. Okay, so we're gonna roll for the exit. Oh, thank you for the follow. Chronos VT. Oh my gosh, another VTuber. Welcome. Love to see it. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're having a good day. I am about to go into a dungeon. Okay, so 4 is the exit. I don't like that because 4 is the death number, but you know, it's fine. Okay. This is the exit. Which, this reminds me, I really need to bring home my screen tablet. I did that with my mouse. That doesn't look half bad. Eating PDFs. I print them out and then I just suck on them until they get chewable. Oh no. Okay. Roll D8 twice and place 2 dangerous terrain on the corresponding cells. Okay. Oh my gosh, they're right next to each other. Well, actually, no, they're not. Dangerous terrain. These areas of significant risk. Yeah. I can roll on the dangerous terrain to see what happens. Okay. So I'll just say, like, this is going to be the caution. Caution. Dangerous terrain. Be careful. I'm here from your How to Solo TTRPG with Obsidian YouTube video. I love Obsidian, I'm a regular game master, but I haven't gotten into solo TTRPGs yet, although I have bought some. Okay, yeah, welcome! I'm so glad that you watched that. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I am using Obsidian right this second. I will say I have discovered and learned of and or been suggested more cool plugins to use in Obsidian for TTRPGs, and so I'm probably going to do a follow-up video soon. So this is one of them. This is TL Draw, and so that allows me to create a drawing right here in Obsidian. It's an MD file. It's pretty neat. But yeah, so I am generating a dungeon right now. But yeah, if you have any questions or suggestions or anything like that, just let me know. I love hearing about other people's adventures in TTRPGs, so don't be afraid to just come in and be like, oh my gosh, Hime, this just happened in my campaign or whatever. I love hearing it, and I'm, my community is big on TTRPGs and solo TTRPGs, and, we're ready to hype you up. So feel free to chat, or if you want to join the Discord and talk about it in the Discord, that's fine too. We're TTRPG lovers here. Okay, so I made the dangerous terrain. POIs. Roll 5 times on the points of interest table. Place each unique POI in an empty cell from top to bottom. That's nice. It's very convenient that the exit is in the center. I don't like, however... Well, no, because I don't have to exit from 4. I can go through 4, so I can avoid the terrain. But does my character know that the dangerous terrain is there? I guess you could see it. Okay, anyway, POIs. So let's roll for the POIs. Yep. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Well, okay, I'll just read this for you guys. So incursions are not placed on the point crawl map. As their location is not relative to any other point on your map. Their exact location isn't relevant because of their very nature. They are a collection of points of interest, stringed together via the rumors you've collected. This is why you can access an incursion from any point on your map, including your settlement. Once you leave an incursion's location, though, you cannot return to it, and you will appear at the same point you were when you started the incursion. Oh. I feel like I told him about this typo already, but I'm just gonna say it anyways. Again, disclaimer that this is a beta document, and so I can, stuff changes all the time, so don't be too attached to any rules. We are beta testing. The ink is a great throat coat. Oh gosh. Okay, the best way to understand them is to see them as isolated points spread along your map, places you're visiting after you're hearing about them. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. This is why you can have a team of NPCs at the ready with a cart or two, prepared to take all the valuables you find and drag them back to your settlement. Yep. So when you enter a location, you do so with a clear goal. Get in, loot the valuable POIs, and get out. While in a location, every action you take costs incursion actions. You start an incursion with 15 incursion actions. If you spend them all before reaching the extraction zone, you die. Your body forever lost to the horrors found there. This is why it is absolutely crucial for your survival to keep a close eye on your available incursion actions. Okay. Cool. So I think I need to make another clock, because that's we don't want to die. What are they called? Incursion actions? Okay. So I'm going to start this being filled, and we're going to subtract each time. So it'll be bad. We don't want to run out. Okay. That's neat. I think we'll be okay. Okay, so then... moving costs 1. Every fight costs 1. Scavenging is 1. And then other events and opportunities cost 1. The reason to explore these dangerous locations is to find resources and valuable loot. Resources do not take any space in your inventory. Simply write them down, as it is assumed they will be carted out to your settlement once you exit the location safely. If for any reason you do not have a settlement, every resource you gather takes 1 item slot. Once you feel you've looted enough, you can choose to leave. All it requires is for you to reach the extraction zone, immediately ending the incursion. Yep. Solo players shouldn't feel the need to use the included solo narrative tools, but we encourage you to do so. Yeah, of course. Okay, so we're gonna roll for the POIs. There's a lot of them. So we're just going to roll and fill up the rest of the map. Okay. So first up, let me clear this. Is it a... Oh man, D100. There's 100 things. Okay, 38. Flesh Geyser. Okay. Sure. It's gotta be the first one. Flesh Geyser. Disclaimer, I am writing this with my mouse. If you've seen my TTRPG journals, I swear I have much better handwriting normally. Okay, Flesh Geyser, number 2. 74. The Rat King's Nest. Cool. Rat King's Nest, huh? The Rat King... Oh, I don't like the way that S is. Rat King's Nest. Oh, this mouse. That's good enough. Kind of looks like I wrote Newt. That's fine. Rat King's Nest. Okay. Hey, what is this one about? So you're building a dungeon? What beta system is this? We are playing Choir of Flesh. It is the newest game from Black Oath Entertainment, creator of Cair Nathalis and many, many other games. This game is in beta, so I'm basically beta testing, play testing this game. So you can only get this game if you are a member of the Patreon, but I think it's supposed to be out like next month, maybe? So, but yeah, so basically we are in the year 1001 in France, so medieval France, and our world got hit by 2 apocalypses at the same time. By the choir, who is trying to turn everybody into these like horrible monstrosities that sing all the time, and then we have the flesh that feeds, which is this ancient horror that turned the soil into flesh and all the rivers turned into blood. It's just terrible, terrible time. Thank you, Goblin. Yeah, so that's what this is about. Currently, we are doing an incursion, which is basically a dungeon, so I am generating the dungeon now to see what is in it. But dungeons, part of this game is about base building and building a settlement, and so right now, that's what we're doing. Oh, is the exit only the exit? It doesn't have any other things? Because, let's see. I roll for how many POIs? 5 POIs. 1, 2... Oh, yeah, okay, so the exit doesn't count as a POI, it's just the exit. That's interesting. 1, 2... Okay. Yep, okay. Oh, so post-apocalyptic, medieval, dark horror fantasy. Yes, exactly. That is the best way to describe it. Okay. Now we're gonna roll again. Oh gosh, 100. What is that? A wrecked wagon. Oh, doesn't sound too bad after the other 2 things. Wrecked wagon. And then 47. Fits well with my mood as I've been reading SCPs and playing Lobotomy Corp. Yeah, there. Yeah, very similar in tone, I think. Okay, so 47 is the hanging tapicer? Tapicer? Tapic? I don't know what this word means. I'm gonna look this up. Oh, like for tapestry. Oh, tapicer, like tapestry. A tapicer is a maker or seller of upholstery cloth furnishings. Okay. A hanging tapicer. Tapicer. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to say it. Why is it hanging? Freaks me out a little bit. Hanging. I swear my handwriting is not normally this bad. Oh my god, this mouse is... Tapicer. Okay. And then the last one is 39. The flesh tree. Could possibly go wrong there. I don't like the sound of this at all. All right. So that is our dungeon. Our incursion. That's what we got. The Flesh Geyser, the Rat King's Nest, Wrecked Wagon, Hanging Tapicer, and the Flesh Tree. Okay. Okay. Well, get rid of that. Okay, so we're going to start. So we went in, blah, blah, blah. Okay. We'll work out the story. So let's see if we can embed the... There we go. There's the map. We made it. Cool. So, here we go. The Flesh Geyser. That's number 38. Oh! Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the sub.
Chronos
Oh my
VT
goodness.
has been let into
Welcome
the
to the
secret
secret
clubhouse.
By the way, for subscribers, if you don't know this, on the... Wow, oh my gosh, and your first fish is a golden crown. That's a lot of money. If you don't know this, on my Discord, there is a subscriber area, and we have a secret... Not really secret, but a subscribers only solo TTRPG book club. Our solo TTRPG for August was Witch Quest, which next week I'll be doing the stream for that. The stream will be subscribers only, but we'll be able to talk about how we did and share our adventures. And we are currently doing taking suggestions for September's game. So if you've got any solo TTRPGs you've been meaning to try out and you want us to vote on them, that is there. Goblin made a little thread for it, so feel free to go in and suggest a game, and hope to see y'all there. I think the Discord was linked, but I'll go ahead and put this in here anyways. But if you're not part of our Discord, super awesome community. I always feel very blessed and fortunate to have this community, so come hang out. Okay, so first things first, we're I'm gonna make a note. Actually, I should have put the numbers because that'll help when I'm looking it up, because in the thing they're listed by numbers. So I'm gonna say this is 38, 74, 100, 47, and 39. Cool. Okay. All right, so then, there were 4 of us here. Okay. Let's see here. After securing the area... Oh, let me change the song. We've had the song on for a minute. Especially now that we're going somewhere. Let's... Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. I'm gonna have it. I'll do a poll. Let's do a little poll. Which way y'all want to go? Let's do a new poll. Which POI to check? Should we check out first? So you guys can vote for the Flesh Geyser or the Wrecked Wagon. So let's do a. Let's just make it a 1 minute, because I do want to get in there quickly. I'll do a vote, so y'all can vote on which one you want to see, which way we should go. Definitely excited to see more. Gonna show my wife this channel too. I'm presently on the Atlantic Ocean, but I'll be hopping in when I can. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. The Atlantic Ocean. Hang on, I am very bad at geography. The Atlantic Ocean is the East Coast, right? That's cool. I usually go to Boston every fall break. This will be the first year. I went last year, and I don't think I'm going to get to go to Boston this October, which I'm kind of sad about, but I do love that area. East Coast, it's pretty. Not much ocean where I'm at. I am deep in the heart of Texas. Ain't exactly got any oceans over here. Sure is. I'm a hillbilly by culture and heritage and sailor by trade. That's super cool. I love that. Hope your wife likes TTRPGs too. Yee, makes me happy. I tried to play a TTRPG with the husband, which is what I affectionately call my husband. I tried to get him to play 1,000-year-old vampire with me. I mean, he did, but I don't think he put a lot of effort into his character. He literally made a ninja named Kuro. Anyway, needless to say, I have not. Y'all, 50-50? Oh no. Okay, well, since it was 50-50, I'm just gonna have to flip a coin and see which way we go. We play Pathfinder 2e and I've been DMing. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, Say, we're trying to get into Pathfinder 2e too, which I've never played, but Say, I don't know if Say is still here. I hope so. I hope the ink didn't get you. But yeah, Say is trying to get a Pathfinder 2e game going with a couple of us. It's gonna be really fun. I'm excited. I'm playing Draw Steel in a few hours, so this is the pre-Draw Steel stream here. But yeah, I am not a hillbilly, just a wannabe cowboy, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna flip a coin since the poll was 50-50. Well, I guess I'll do a d4. So odds will be Flesh Geyser and even will be the wagon. Okay, the geyser it is. Let's see where we go. Okay, so I traveled 1, so that's gonna be minus. Yeah, let's subtract. Okay, cool. A cowburb, yeah. Okay, so let's see that. So that's number 38. Let's see, 38. I hope something. The flesh. Oh, there's a picture. Okay, I'm gonna count down because I said I would before showing anything like kind of gross on the screen. I don't think it's that bad, but you know, just for anyone with delicate sensibilities, I'm gonna count down so you may look away if you don't want to see it. I think it's kind of neat in a nasty, grotesque sort of way. Anyway, so counting down: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that is the Flesh Geyser. says the ground here is unstable and covered in a carpet of red, meaty flora. In the center of the area is a fissure in the earth that periodically erupts with a geyser of blood, gore, and half-formed body parts. The eruptions are violent and unpredictable. This is an open, hazardous area. The goal is to time a run to the geyser's edge to retrieve a valuable item after an eruption. Okay, so it's just like spurting out nastiness, and I have to time it. Okay. So encounters and hazards. Okay. So I'll roll a d4. If I get a 1. Okay, I see. The main loot is a valuable, perfectly formed organ. These are powerful and grotesque artifacts sought by both mystics and apostates of the flesh. I mean... Okay. I mean, I guess we're here. We'll try it once. Yeah, I don't really want to stay here and grind for perfectly formed organs, so since we already spent the one incursion action to get in here, we'll try it once and get the hell out. Eugh. Okay, I have put the picture away. If you were looking away, you may look now. It's gone. Okay, meaty flora is what they call me at the club. Oh no. Started with D&D 5e. Yeah, that's where well, technically D&D was not my first TTRPG, but it's certainly the one that I played the most, at least in a group setting. I think at this point, technically, if you put Black Oath games under an umbrella, I've played... No. I think in terms of time, I've still played more D&D 5e, but, you know, I'm changing that. I haven't played D&D, aside from our semi-weekly game of West Marches D&D that I do over on Kestrel's channel. I do not play much D&D anymore. That's the only D&D I play, so can't say I miss it too much. I'm glad that it got me into the hobby a little bit more, but yeah, not my favorite rule set. Okay, so we're going to roll a d4 and see how it goes. A roll of d4 means the geyser erupts. Okay. The goal is to time a run to the geyser's edge. So it'll erupt. So I'm trying... It erupts when it approaches. Okay, well, we're just gonna try it. Let's just see. In the video game, if this was a video game, of course, you could, like, watch it and then time, but in this, it's just chance. So we're just gonna roll and see what happens. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. And it deals 3 trauma. That's great. Oh, wait. I think I have a thing. I think I get less trauma. No, I don't. Just kidding. But I can lose trauma pretty well when I rest, so that's not too bad. No, yeah. Darn it. Well, that's just bad luck. The half-formed creatures blasted from the geyser sometimes land with a semblance of life. Okay. Lose one eye, getting rid of them. Okay, I'm just gonna try it. So it's an average strength check. So for me, that is a... Where's the... I think my strength is +1, a mod strength. Oh, no, it's 0, so he has no modifier to it, so an average check is an 11. Oh, yeah, well, I knew that, okay. Okay, he's good. So we passed. Okay. There's a 25% chance that a valuable, perfectly formed... Okay, so we'll have to see if I even get it. Yeah. So I got nothing for all that. I got all the trauma and nothing. Nothing. I've been a forever DM for way too long. Yeah, and that's exactly why I love solo TTRPGs. Although technically, I guess when I play a solo TTRPG, I am still DMing, just for myself. Should I try one more time? It is a powerful artifact. Let's try one more time. I'm going to say that it goes, I'm gonna do a D, I'm gonna say it's a D4 plus 1. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna roll. Let me see, because I think that Ahmad has... Hi, Atomic! I think Ahmad has some semblance. I know his intelligence is pretty average. Okay, let's just roll a D4, whatever. Are you... Okay, alright. Poor dude is just getting traumatized. 3 trauma? God. Okay, well, let me see if I can... Well, I failed this one. Well, I lose an IA from that, an action from that. All this for a 25% chance. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. At 5. At least I got something. Well, nice to meet you. Glad the algorithm recommended your content. It's my off watch. It's time to call home and take my... Oh, you have a mandated nap. I love that. To have a wonderful nap and see you again soon. Thank you so much for dropping in and spending time with me and, well, with everyone. Thank you, thank you. They need a hug. No, they don't. No, they don't. Perfectly formed. Can somebody suggest an organ? What organ do you think Ahmad should find? What organ you think is worth 6 trauma? Gosh darn. Somebody suggest an organ, please. What body organ have liver? Thank you. Oh my gosh, 2 of you said liver. It's fate. Amygdala. Oh my gosh. Liver. I thought heart first, but then, you know, all right, let's liver. I'll go with liver since there were two and they were said went real fast. How is the flesh going? Well, it was going all right, but then poor Ahmad is traumatized by this stupid flesh geyser. It's only a flesh geyser, yeah. All right. Okay, I'm gonna say loot found from this. Okay. Perfectly formed liver. This is not the liver of somebody who drank any ale, just like a beautiful liver. Thanks for the hydrate. I literally just hydrated, that's so funny. But thank you. I had just put down the can. But that's alright, thank you. I am drinking, by the way, this yuzu sparkling water. Very yummy. Okay. So that was such a great, the thing, the flesh geyser. Okay. So I think we may as well go to the Rat King's nest. Let's go. So it's gonna cost a little clock action to. Oops! No, I did not mean to reset it. Gosh. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I wasted one. Well, it was two. No, third one. Okay. Oh, hi, Oso. Good to see you, by the way. Sorry. It's only a flesh geyser. Spoken in the Monty Python way. It's only a flesh geyser. Spewing out gore and these half-formed things that are screaming at me. God. This poor Ahmad. Okay, move on. Alright, the next area. 74. The Rat King's Nest. Sure hope I don't get any more trauma from whatever is in this room. Okay. In the depths of a sewer junction. Actually, let me change the music first. Then. In the depths of a sewer junction or a large cellar, you find a massive, spherical nest woven from wire, rags, bone, and refuse. It is home to the Rat King, a legendary creature in local folklore. The squeaking of 1,000 rats echoes through the space, and the floor is a moving carpet of rodents. Ugh. Yuck. Yuck. Oh no. Oh god. It is a single large chamber dominated by the nest. The loot is woven into the nest itself. Mm-hmm. The Rat King is a single entity, a sentient swarm of rats whose tails are knotted together, connected to a central, oversized brain rat. It is a creature of the flesh and can attack multiple targets at once with 1,000 biting mouths. Use the carrion flock stat block. Okay. The sheer number of rats is unsettling. Entering the chamber requires an average will check to avoid being overwhelmed with disgust and fear. Failure triggers an anguish check. That's great. Okay. But I don't have any anguish, so I guess it's fine. I would pass the anguish check. Okay, let me check. Average will check. The nice thing is, oh, he has no anguish anymore. He has 6 trauma though. So I have +2 willpower. So according to this, there. 12. Well, I failed that, so I have to make an anguish check. thought his whole thing was that he isn't shaken by anything, but okay. Resilient. I guess this doesn't count. Get a +2 to anguish. Anguish checks. Yeah, okay, that's fine. He recovers from trauma easily. At least. You already got rid of your average Joe. Will you keep your average Bill? I hope. Burn it with tar and fire, yeah. Let's see here. Oh, I forgot to read this part. Okay, let me read the ground shakes and a geyser erupts as I pass by, spewing blood and gore everywhere. Some of it gets on me and it's boiling hot. A half-formed flesh creature, bleeding and screaming, blasts from the geyser and crawls along the floor towards me, but I'm able to kick it far away. After a few moments, it dissolves into nothing. The sight makes my skin crawl. There doesn't look to be anything valuable here, though maybe something might be ejected from the geyser. Just as I'm thinking that, the geyser erupts again. One of the flesh creatures latches onto me, and though it doesn't hurt me, it takes time to pry it from my leg. Even once it's dissolved, it's like I can still feel it attached to me. In the gore, however, I see a perfectly formed liver. I'm sure it's worth something, so I wrap it and put it inside my bag. After wiping as much blood from my skin as I can, I move on. Down the cobbled steps I go until I come across a cellar. Even before entering, I can hear the horrific chittering noises, but I press on and find a room crawling with what must be 1,000 rats. It's so disgusting that even I have to take a step back. Okay. Let's, I guess we're gonna fight it. Let's see, let me do the anguish check. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do for that. It just says make an anguish check, but it didn't say how much anguish I get from that. Is it just 1? It just says failure triggers an anguish check, but I have no anguish. Okay, I'm just gonna put this in the... Is it against your accumulated anguish? Yeah, normally yes, but I have 0 anguish right now. That's why I'm like, I feel that this should say you become overwhelmed with the disgust and fear and you gain 2 anguish or something, because when you gain anguish, it automatically triggers an anguish check. So I wonder if this is just like you don't gain any. It's just, as you said, it is against your accumulated anguish, but it just seems kind of a little silly because I have none right now, so it's like I'm fine. Whereas I feel like if you go inside, you fail this will check, you should be able to... Oh, actually I didn't fail that. Well, yeah, I did. Because I think I needed a 12. Never mind. But like, I feel like the whole point of this should be that when you fail the check, you get anguished. And when you get any points in anguish, it triggers a check anyways. So it feels a little funny, or I don't know if it's the intention here to trigger the check, but you didn't gain any because now it's like, well, nothing happens to me. Especially because Ahmad has this ability where he gets +2 to anguish checks. So as long as my anguish was 2 or less, nothing happens here. So I guess that's fine. Currently, I'm just going to do the rules as written, and so I'm not going to have anything happen to me. It just feels a little strange. Okay. Actually, saying steal myself isn't right because they didn't have steel back then, but then I harden my resolve. Okay, let's fight. Okay, here we go. He is just that cool. He is the chosen one. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so we're gonna fight. We are gonna fight the rats. Because I want that sweet, sweet EXP. Okay, so they said to use the stat block for the carrion flock, which I fought before. Or I fought as Tariq, so we'll see how that goes. Okay. There's just one, so it's actually not that bad, because we fought one of these with Tariq, and he didn't do so well, but I think we'll be okay. Okay. So we're fighting the rats. What is this? This embed URL. Oh. I had the Fugi still turned on. It's funny. From last night. Okay. All right. Ooh, let me see. Okay. So, oh my gosh, their initiative is 18. Does Ahmad? Ahmad doesn't have any initiative bonuses or anything. Okay. He does have more move. Okay. Initiative. Doesn't have any initiative bonuses, so I think it's just my dex check. Pretty sure. I forgot. Okay, is initiative dex? Yeah, it's their dex modifier. Do I not have his initiative on this sheet for some reason? What the heck? Oops. Hmm. I do want to try to be sneaky. So if I do this stealth versus perception, try to sneak up on them maybe. Okay, so I'll do a stealth. Okay. I think my initiative is a 2. Okay. Yeah, okay. So let me try to surprise them first, and then we'll roll otherwise. So it's Dex versus their perception. So their perception is... oh, it's hard. Maybe I won't then. Okay, it's +2. Okay, I have to beat a 14. So I need to roll a 12. Okay, we got it. So we're able to surprise them. So I get an extra turn. And then my actual initiative is 11. So they normally get to go first. That's okay. So Maud's initiative is 11. And then the rat initiative is 18. But we get the surprise. So I get an extra turn. Okay. So I'm going to... oh, I have to make the map. The battle map. Okay. Actually, I have a template. Oh, I need to change that template because Tariq is dead, so... Okay. Let's not... Okay. Okay, so I need to roll for their difficulty. So it's a encounter difficulty is a D10. It's a 7. Okay, it's average, so yep. So same number of injuries, and then let's go. Okay, so I do get the jump on them, so I get an extra turn before they hit me, which is good. This music is so intense. Yeah, well, I'm fighting the Rat King, so I think yeah, I think it makes sense. Okay, so, oh, their attacks are so nasty. Okay, their defense rating is easy though, so it's relatively easy to hit them. But now I need to roll for the, where we are positioned. Okay. It's been a minute. Yeah, okay, did that. Initiative, okay. Oh, I forgot the terrain features. So page 51 for the terrain features. That's what I needed. It's a rock that I have to move around, and then place them. Oh, I forgot to roll for how many terrain features. Whoops. There's 4. Oh my god, okay. So we got a rock. Another, oh my gosh, okay. That's terrible. Then we're gonna place them. D5, okay. D5, D5, okay. So, row 2, column 1, and that's the first impassable terrain. So we can't go through there, and then it's the next one. Row 1, column 5. Split in half, so that's 4, so row 4, column 4. I think there were, was it 3? Or no, this is grasping tendrils. Okay. And the last one is the necrotic mist, so I need to see where that's at. 4, so row 4. Oh, it's in the same spot, so I have to re-roll. 4 and 3. So that's a necrotic mist. That's great. Ugh. Okay, so that's the stuff, that's the map. And so now we're going to see if I can choose what side to deploy on after them, because I did surprise them. So let's roll to see where they're at. So the Rat King is to the south. On the first square row of their side. Okay, so this is where the Rat King is. Am I not, that's fine. Okay. So the Rat King is there, and then I get to choose where I want to go. I have a range, I think my weapon has a range of 4. Pretty sure it's 4, so... yeah, so I'm gonna go here. That way I am like far from them, relatively far from them, and I can just sort of go around this rock, sort of. But yeah, I don't want to stand in the mist or anything, so that should be fine. Okay, so that should be good. And then we're gonna go. And now it's back to them. Or back to, I need to open up their stat block again. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna screenshot this so I can have it open because I have to see the table of what to do because I'm still getting used to the loop of what to do. Setup always takes a second with these kind of things. All right, so I have the flock stat block open there for myself. There we go. All right, so we put that there. Close this. Okay, back to combat. All right. Deployed enemy. Okay, blah blah blah. I just roll a d20. Modify the roll by my dex modifier. I have a lot of stuff. Their defense rating is easy. I have a modifier for my dex of +2, but I do have mastery as well, so that's fine. So let's see. So I need to do a 10. I need a 10. So I have 8 +2 is 10, and that's not even taking into account my mastery, so yeah, I hit them. So I hit them, so I believe it just simply does 1 major wound because I met them, so that's good. And then I'm gonna move. To behind that rock. Okay, so now it is their turn. They have a move of 3, and they are melee, I believe. Yeah. Actually, so you know what? Actually, I won't move. Actually, it doesn't matter if I move or not because they're gonna be able to get to me because they have such fast move, but it's fine. So I'll do that. So then I am going. They're going to do a thing. So I'm going to roll to see what. Oh, I forgot to roll their injury. Shoot. Hang on. Injury table. I have that. So they get a piercing injury because they took a major injury. I forgot that. The target is hindered for D6 rounds. I forgot that. Sorry. D6 rounds. So for 3 rounds. There. Oh, I also forgot to, I have to add 1 to my incursion for this combat. That's fine. Okay, so I got, what does hindered do again? I think they can't move or they move less. Oh, it reduces their move by 1. Okay, never mind. So they can only move 2. That's nice. Oh, it means they can't get to me. Okay. Nice. So they, yeah. So instead of moving 3, they can only move 2. So they, cannot get to me. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. So then, it's one round. No, we're still in the same round. I guess it's fine. So it was 1 move. Okay, so now it is back to me. And so I'm going to, like, shoot them again. Okay, so I needed, it's easy, so I needed was it an 8? I needed a 10. So I have +2, so that's 7, and then I have my mastery, which is +2, so that's 5, 7, 9. Yeah, so unfortunately it's only 9, but because it's within 1, I believe that means I give them 1 minor injury. check. Yep. Yep, it's a difference of 3 points or less, so I did cause them 1 minor injury, which is nice. So it doesn't trigger a thing on the from the table, but still, hey, every little bit helps. Because if either of these get filled up, they die, so it's fine. Okay, and then I'm going to spend my my 2 movement to move. Okay, so now it's their turn, and they're going to try to get closer to me, but still with their only 2 movement currently, they can't get close enough to me, so they're hindered for only 1 more round, though. But I think I can make it work. So now I can shoot them again. Alright, I succeed this time, for sure. Easy peasy, so that does 1 major wound. And so then I'm gonna roll to see what major piercing injury does to them, because I'm shooting them. They are bleeding. NPCs must make a check to get rid of this condition. Failure causes 1 minor injury. Okay, cool. Nice. So they have to make a check. Otherwise, they're gonna keep gaining a minor injury every round. Nice. So it doesn't go away until they pass that, so yeah. Okay. Yippee! Shooting! Yeah, so he's doing great. So then I'm going to continue. I'm going to use my move to get out of the way. 1, 2. So now it's just going to be harder. A little harder for them to get to me. I mean, I think they... Oh, actually... Hang on. No, I think they'll actually be able to get to me this time. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do to completely get out of the way, unfortunately. Okay, but I'll do this because hopefully that starts getting me in a different direction. Okay, so that is my turn there. On their turn, they're hindered for the last time. So they are now next to me, so they can attack, but let me roll to see what they're going to do. Okay. Oh, actually I have it. So they only have forgotten. They have 2 major injuries, so they're gonna do that. Special attack. Ugh. Okay. Special attack. Swarm dive. All enemies in range 1, which I have, must pass an average dex check or suffer 1 major injury. Or sorry, 1 minor injury. Okay, so it's a dex check. I think my average dex is pretty good. Yeah, so I have +2 to dex, so average is a 12. I can also, but the nice thing is I can ignore my first 2 minor wounds, so worst case, this is fine. Okay. Yep. Oops, that's the wrong one. Oh yeah, I'm good. So, didn't get hit. Okay, so that is their turn. They are bleeding, so they have to pass a con check. They fail, so they take 1 minor injury. Okay, back on my turn. I'm gonna go, I mean, it doesn't matter, because they're gonna be able to get to me, but I want to keep range. Okay. Just because I have a ranged weapon. So I'm gonna shoot them. Oh, shoot. Oh no, it's a fumble. Ugh. Ahmad. Oh, wait. Wait. I think Ahmad can... No, never mind. Oh, wait, Ahmad has a move of 3. Hang on a second. I forgot. Ugh. Go back. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. Because he wouldn't get hit anyways, but it's fine. He could have gotten further away from them, though. Okay. Um... Okay, so fumble. Thing happening? Or do I just miss? Let me check. 'Cause I just control F fumble and didn't see anything. That doesn't seem right though. I guess there's no fumble for attacks. Because I don't see anything in here for if I roll a 1. It just says if it's, you know, if it's equal, it hits. If it's not, it doesn't. But I don't see anything about fumble or natural nat 1. Oh, okay. Combat-specific ones are on page 53. Okay, never mind. It's just in a different place. Never mind. Okay, when a PC rolls a natural 1 when performing an attack action they have critically missed, this results in them dropping their weapon. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Okay, so it's fine. I just dropped my weapon, so on my next turn I have to pick it back up, which kind of sucks, but that's okay. Okay. Okay, so that's all that happens. He just drops his bow. Which sucks, but that's alright. Okay, so it is their turn. I'm gonna have them... They have 2 injuries. Flee. Oh, they try to flee. Or they flee, I guess. Do they... Wait, when they flee, do they just run? Do they have to try to flee? Hang on, let me see what happens. I've never had this happen before. How do they flee? A fleeing or surrendered opponent is as defeated as a dead one. But do they just flee in general? I guess they just run away. I guess that's just over. Okay. Because I don't see anything... I don't see anything about, like... So for PCs... A PC cannot be engaged in melee combat, and then I have to finish my turn on the side opposite to the one they deployed on, but it doesn't say... It doesn't have any rules for, like, fleeing enemies. Check the Discord. Okay, I'm just gonna ask, because I don't see anything. Okay, okay. So I don't see any rules about fleeing, so I think they flee and the battle is just over. Which I'm okay with, because it does say that you don't have to kill them, you just get EXP regardless, so... I'll take it. So we're back. Okay, well, so they ran away. which I think I have to roll my my arrow usage. D8. Is it D8 or is it a D10 now? Or do I have D20? I think I had so many rations I was like D20. Where are my arrows at? Oh, it's in the footer, isn't it? Yeah, it's D20, so let me see if I lost any. I'm good. Alright, so we won, yay! Okay, so I'm gonna get 2 more EXP. Because I think we level up at 50, so it's pretty good. Hey, that's nice. I didn't get any trauma from that. I didn't get any anguish. Like, didn't get any injuries. We love to see it. I dropped my bow, but then they ran away. So I think that's, if you think about it from a narrative perspective, that is kind of funny because he's like shooting and then he drops his bow and then the rats are like, now's our chance, and run away. Oh no, I've accumulated 6 trauma, but from the fight I didn't get any. I accumulated 6 freaking trauma from the flesh geyser. The flesh geyser, but I'm fine. There's a okay. I think I read some of this, but I'll reread this part now that we're. Or you know what? Let me finish because we're gonna loot this room and then I'll read my narration. Okay, so back to the Rat King. That's nice. That's not too bad. The Rat King's nest. Yeah, so it did run away, but there's that. The Rat King hoards shiny objects. A successful, easy investigation check. Okay, so we'll just do a little investigation check. He only has 11 intelligence, but I feel like I should roll with advantage because the rats are gone, so I have time to look, honestly. Or I'll have to, if I fail, I'll just spend an IA to look again. Easy. I think it's an 11. Oh, 9. Okay. Sweet. So we succeed. And the looting table. Ooh. What do I find from the looting table? E100. I got a 100. Some useful gear. Roll on the random gear table. Nice. Okay. Let's see what we got here. 83. Sack. Okay. What's the... Okay. That's... Is that useful? I guess I can... I guess that's fine. Can I scavenge the room? I forgot. Like, can I use another IA to just scavenge the room? I can. You can scavenge any POI for 1 IA. Yeah, that's fine. This one doesn't have a geyser in it, so I'm just gonna scavenge. Do we just roll on the scavenging table for an IA? Like, that's pretty nice. Okay, yeah. Let's roll on this scavenging table. It does cost an incursion action, but hey, we're here to get resources, and I'm close to the exit, like, it's fine. Okay, scavenging table is a D20. Useful gear? Maybe it will help with carrying capacity. Right. 12. I found another random piece of gear. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna use another incursion action to scavenge some more. D4 resources. Okay, I get 4 of something. Okay, where's the resources table? Okay, so let me check for the random gear first, and then I'll roll for the random resource I got. Clothing. Used clothing. And then I get 4 of some resource. I hope it's something cool. Where is it? Where's the resources table? Where is the resources table? Ugh, okay, it's probably in the settlement section. Thought it was. Where the heck is this resources table? Yeah, there are resources. 2, 3, 4. Can't seem to find this resources table. I mean, there's... Maybe the flesh has taken it. Maybe. I cannot find it. Resource table. I'm looking all over for it. It just keeps saying to... I found several places where it's like, roll on the resources table, but I can't... Oh! Okay. Well, there's a table that tells me... This is not... Like, this might be the resources table. It's about selling resources. Okay, that's a little confusing. Okay. I think this is it because it does list what the resources are, and so I can roll to see what. I really hope, yeah, but I'm going to make a note that... Okay. All right. So I'm gonna roll a d8 and see what I found 4 of something. 4. Treasure. Okay, so more treasure. That's nice. That's 5 treasure. Don't really know. I guess treasure is used for rations because... Oh, no, you use it because it does get added here, so it must be used for something. That's neat. I kind of want more metal and stone, but that's all right. Okay. It's nasty that we found some used treasure, but okay. Used clothing. Okay, I think that was everything that I needed to find. I did loot the room twice. Okay. So let me read this section, the writing narration for this section, then we're going to move on. It says, after wiping as much blood from my skin as I can, I move on. Down the cobbled steps I go until I come across a cellar. Even before entering, I can hear the horrific chittering noises, but I press on and find a room crawling with what must be 1,000 rats. Their tails are all knotted together around a giant rat, engorged with blood-red eyes. A king. It's so disgusting that even I have to take a step back, but I find my resolve and engage. After striking the Rat King a few times with my arrows, they flee into the corridor. After a little while, I can no longer hear them. They're someone else's problem now. I search through the cellar afterwards for a long while and find a lot of treasure and some metal that we could use at the Abbey. Right. So I rolled for it. I guess the idea is that I can see the room ahead is like blocked, so I'm just gonna go around it to be safe. Okay. So, from here, 1, 2, 3. We may not be able to see everything because, okay. Because we're running out of incursion actions. Okay. So it's gonna cost me 1 to move back to the flesh geyser, and then 1 to move down to where the exit is. Okay, and then 1 more. Right? Yeah. So that should put me at 9. I think I did this correctly. We get to the hanging. I'm just gonna go down to the hanging to tap this sir. And hopefully there's something cool there. And then if this isn't too bad, we can go to the left and then to the wrecked wagon and go. And I don't think we're gonna make it to the flesh tree with the few actions we have because I do not want to die in here. So I think I'm okay with. I think between the two, the wrecked wagon probably has more cool stuff. So I'm gonna then the flesh tree, which if the flesh geyser was any indication, I don't know that I really want to go over there. So it's fine. Okay. So let's see what's in here. This is number 47. Okay. Oh, I just realized I had that up. That's okay. Okay. From a grove of beech trees, the cables are strung. Each glints like metal, is as thin as a length of yarn, and does not move when the wind picks up. In the center of the tangle, a multi-armed penitent finishes unraveling the skin and bones of a traveler into a long thread, loops it over a branch, and considers what is next for the weave. Ooh. Hay bales rot in threshed fields on the way to the beech grove. The southern entrance to the grove is unobstructed by cables. Ugh. Yeah, there's a flesh tree. I don't really want to go there. Some farming tools and weapons have been left behind in the straw. Roll on the random weapons table if inspecting the hay bales. Yep. The scraggly red stems of purslane grow from a bare patch of ground. An easy intelligence check notices it and obtains 1-time food. Okay. That is pretty nasty. Okay, the penitent is deep in contemplation about the best way to weave its tapestry. It only notices the characters if they attack, if they announce themselves, or if one of them touches one of the strands. Touching the strands feels visceral and slick. The sensation runs right down to the bone level and comes commingled with a sense of who the string used to be before the penitent unspooled them. Any character who touches a strand makes an average will check or loses one humanity. Yeah, I don't really want to deal with that. There's something really evil you can do that I just don't really want to do that. So, I'll read it because it is cool, but I'm not going to do it because it's terrible. I'll only read it. Something about the penitent. Fortunately, it prefers to bargain instead of direct confrontation. If 3 more victims are delivered to it, including population from the character's settlement, I'm not going to do that, it will gift them the finished tapestry. The tapestry depicts 3 saints of the choir descending from the stars to bless a screaming shepherd, his eyes emerging like snail stalks from their sockets, and his flesh melting into a puddle of mouths. Displaying the tapestry in a settlement makes that settlement immune to settlement events, but causes it to lose 1 humanity at the end of each day. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. So, as long as I don't touch it, or I'll leave him alone, and I'll be able to get stuff. So yeah, I think we'll be okay. I'll just leave him alone, them, whatever, alone, and find, there's a lot of resources here, and then I'll just go back up, go to the wrecked wagon, and then we can get out. No muss, no fuss. So I'm going to inspect the hay bales, of course, and find a random weapon that I probably won't be able to use. Alright, so let's find the random weapon. Random weapons table. See what I find here. It's a sling. Okay. So I got the random weapon there. Then I can do an easy intelligence check to get some purslane. Okay, easy intelligence. I think that's a 9 if I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh. Man. Really? Does he have anything for investigation? No. I'm gonna go ahead and spend... I think this is okay. I just think it just takes more time. But I'll do another one with an incursion action. Okay. Nat. I think a nat 20, I'm gonna say that I find 2 food. Okay. So I got that. Then I'm going to chop down the grove of beech trees. Well, do I... I'm gonna say that I do have an axe, only because I came here to get resources in the first place, so I'll just say that Finian lent me one. Alright, it's D12 wood. That's 4. Cool. Kind of makes sense that there would be a flesh tree on the other side of this hanging tapisser. Let's just go back. Okay. It's gonna cost me 2 incursion actions to get over to the wrecked wagon. Okay, the wrecked wagon, 100. I hope I find some cool stuff, and then that'll be the last. And I can also stay here and scavenge. I'll just use up my last couple of action points scavenging before I leave. I just have to get to 14. Okay. Oh, there's a picture. It's not really that horrific. Well, it is a little bit. You know what? I'll just to be safe. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look away if you don't want to see it. There. It's kind of sad, actually. But yeah. It's a wrecked wagon. You find the wreck of a burned out messenger's wagon. The horse is dead and the driver is a charred skeleton. The area is littered with scorched parchment. It seems whatever was being transported was the target of a violent, fiery attack, likely from the choir's more zealous servants. That is sad. Well, I thought that was a cow, but I guess it's a horse. Eek. It's nasty. Okay. A wrecked wagon, the immediate surroundings. Search for the testament is the primary focus. Okay. The choir does not want this letter found. A pair of seraphs guard this location invisibly. They will only manifest an attack if a character finds the hidden testament. Searching the wreckage is difficult, and a successful average investigation check is required to notice a hidden fireproof container that was thrown clear of the wagon. I'm gonna say the thing is that Ahmad does not know what was here, really. Okay, I'm gonna do an intelligence. Let's just say let's just do an average. First, let's do an investigation, just intelligence check in general, to see if he even knows, can like interpret what the heck has happened here. That the fact that there's like parchment and that it's a messenger's wagon. He's just a peasant. He's, you know. So I'm gonna check. And let's say average. Actually, let's say hard because he has no experience with this sort of thing, you know. And so let's see. Yeah, no, I think he has an idea. 12 is like he has an idea, but he didn't get it. So let's see here. Oh, thanks for the check-in. Hi again, Virva. On me being here for literal hours forgetting about my ticket. Oh yeah, that's important. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Thanks for been lurking. Okay, yeah. Lurking in the horrors. Okay, there's a skeletal. So we'll see if there's anything worthwhile. Doubtful, but he doesn't really know what he's looking for. So normally I would push it using the actions like I did earlier because he was searching for food, searching for something. But this, he doesn't even know what he's searching for. So I'm just going to do the average investigation check like I said, like it says, and then we'll see. So an average investigation check as he's just combing through the wreckage would be an 11. Oh my god, he's gonna find it and get attacked by these seraphs. I hate it here. Okay. No. Okay. You know what, though? It does feel very much like this kind of story to be that this dude who has no idea what he's looking for is gonna find... I'll read you what it is after if we survive this. I'm about to open it. Okay, so there's seraphs. That sounds scary. So let me get to their stat block. They said, okay, hang on. Wagon. The wrecked wagon. It says a pair of seraphs, so I think I have to fight two. I mean, I don't think I'm supposed to, but technically speaking, there are two of them. Oh god. Well, it might be tricky. It might be difficult to attack them, but we'll see how this goes. Okay, so, oh, I forgot that the crossbow shifts the enemy defense. Okay, so it's actually not too bad. Okay, I'm gonna see if they manage to surprise me. Hang on, let me show you the seraphs. So these are about to pop out. I'm gonna roll to see if they manage to get the jump on Ahmad or if he notices them. It's not horrifying, it's just kind of cool. But these are about to attack me. That's terrifying. They were invisible, so I think they're gonna, they may be able to surprise. But yeah, so let me you screenshot this so I have their stat block. Oh, come on. Be not afraid. Yeah, it says seraphs are beings of pure, ecstatic immolation. They possess no solid form, appearing as a six-winged pillar of fire and light, constantly writhing as if in the throes of unbearable pleasure. Two wings cover its face, a blindingly bright core. Two cover its feet, a vortex of cinders, and two are used for flight. It communicates with its followers by burning verses of the choir's hymn directly onto the flesh and mind of those who witness it. Blech. I'm very afraid. Yeah, I'm a bit afraid too. Just a little bit. Just a teensy bit. Okay. So, let me roll to see the surprise. Because I think it's... Okay. It's perception versus dexterity that they're trying to surprise me. Their perception is average. Okay. Okay, so let's see if I manage to get the drop on... they get the drop on me. Okay, so it's average. I do have a plus because it's average. It's versus dexterity. Oh no, it's my perception versus their dexterity. Never mind. My perception is int, which is 0, and then their dexterity is also average. So I only need to beat an 11. Okay, that's awesome. Okay. Let me put in this, Cool. I know it says there's two seraphs, so I'm just gonna say that there's two of them. So, even though there's only supposed to be one according to the stat block, but the story says there's two, so they have 12 initiative each. Ahmad has 12 as well. I'm gonna say that since they failed to surprise me, Ahmad gets to go first. Because their try to go first was to swoop in, and so I'm gonna have him go first. So, we're gonna roll to see where they're placed. Is it north? Actually, I forgot. Okay. This is east. So they are to the east. So these are the Seraph 1, Seraph 2. And then Ahmad is to the north. So he's going to be here. Oh, I forgot to roll for the terrain features. That's fine. I'll just do this. Before you position the creature. It's okay. I'll move them if I have to. Okay, so there are... Oh my god, there's 5 terrain features. Sheesh. Okay. Okay, difficult terrain. It's 4, 1. So this is the difficult terrain. 5, 5. Cursed idol. Then the cover. Okay, but it doesn't seem like I can pass it. Alright, well, cover. Is that... Cover. It's 5 things. The writhing mass. Oh, that's disgusting. Okay. 2, 4. That's great. It's gonna stop them from getting around me, getting to me quite so easily. Okay, and then the last one is the necrotic mist. So many things. 3 and 5. Oh, I love this. Except they do have a little way out, which is kind of funny, but they block each other, kind of. They can't move through each other, so... yeah, that's funny. They're kind of penned in there a little bit, but unfortunately, you know, only. Because I think they do try to avoid it because they're smart. Okay, so there is that. So that's all of that. That's nasty. Okay. So there's that. At least it knows to keep the feet covered. Yeah, that is true. Okay. Line of sight. Yeah, I got all that. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm gonna combat. I think the other thing is that I'm supposed to roll for their difficulty. Okay, it's average, so... do have 3 move, which makes sense because they have wings and such. Okay, all right. So I think we're ready to go. All right, so let me change the music and it's time. Actually, we're gonna do something else for this. Let's do this song. Okay. Okay. How's time looking for your draw steel session? We're good. It's still over an hour away, so that being said, I think this will be the last thing. I think we'll finish the incursion because this is the last thing I was gonna do and then get out, so I think we'll be good. Okay. So this is cover. So I'm going to move a mod here. So now it's past the cover, I think line of sight. Or, you know what? I can move a mod. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, so I can see it from here. It's out of cover, so that's fine. That keeps me away from that. But that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to shoot. Their defense is average, I think, because it shifts them down. Yeah, to average. So I need to beat a 12. But I get to add 6 to it, right? Because I have +4, +6, so it's an 8. Okay. So that misses, but let's see, hit. It misses, but I think it can do a glancing blow, maybe? I forgot. No, difference, yeah, difference of 4 or larger. Okay, so no, I missed that one. Okay. Okay. I have 1 move left, so because I moved 1, 2, so I'm just gonna move back this way, so it'll be a little bit further. Okay, so this one is gonna move. It can't. Oh no, can it move through each other? Creatures can pass through friendly combatants, but okay. Okay, so it has 3. So 1, 2, 3. So it is there. It's gonna roll. Has no injuries. Special attack. That's great. Burst 3. It says all creatures within range, which is both of us, so it's going to attack me and the other Seraph, which is pretty funny. So it's a hard will check. I think my will is +2, so I need a 14, or really that means I need a 12. Oh, did I fail? Am I blinded? Yep. Cool, I'm blinded for a turn. That's not good. Okay, but then the other one... it has... Oh. Okay, I think the other one is fine. Okay. So that is its turn. The other one is going to move towards me. 1, 2, 3. And then it's going to roll. I feel like this might be bad. I have to make it to the other side if I want to escape, which I think I can. But standard attack. Blazing Benediction. Range 5. Divine damage. Oh yeah. So actually they can shoot me from anywhere. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I do get a for divine damage though, which is nice. Okay, so I get a +2 defense for divine damage, so I'm gonna roll against it. Actually, I'm confused. I forgot. Oh, I think I roll to defend. Okay, yeah, that's my defense is my DR is 4 +2, so I have a 6. Attack is hard. Does defense, it's just a 2 from my dex? Or is it the modifiers? When I'm rolling defense, okay, I'm a little confused about this part. Let me see. I don't usually get hit. This might be his first time actually getting hit. So I'm not sure how. Yeah, it says the target PC rolls a d20 plus their DR. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The attack is hard. But I'm not sure if any of this is mastery, because it just says plus to my DR. So I'm not sure if, like, I'm not sure if the defense rating, is it all modifier? Because that sucks. Okay, well, let's see. So if my total modifier is a +6 and it's hard, that means I have to roll a 16. But that actually, because I have a +6, that means I have to roll a 10. Okay, I think that makes sense. Okay. Okay, I'm good. So I'm fine. Yeah, I'm like well above, so I'm good. So that one attacked me and it missed, or I resisted or whatever, so it's fine. So there's that. I'm gonna start fleeing. I guess I'm not engaged in melee with. Am I engaged in melee with it? How do I get out? How do I? Cannot be engaged. I'm technically not in melee because it's using Blazing Benediction. It's just using this like divine damage by shining on me, so I think it's fine. Technically speaking, because this is not melee. They haven't hit me with anything technically. I think I can run. I'm gonna try it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm gonna try it. Average. Right. Plus 6. Beat a 12, but I get the plus 6. Okay, so I got that. I hit that one for 1 major. Actually, I'll hit the S2 since it's closer. So it's gonna take majors, so maybe I don't know. The target drops the weapon they're wielding. If not, I don't think they're wielding a weapon, so they get a minor injury instead. Cool. And then it's gonna go. I guess they don't actually have to get close to me because everything that they do is within range, so I don't think they're gonna move, honestly. They're just gonna stay there at this point. Because what's the point? All of the stuff that's on their stat block is like... Oh, also thanks for the hydrate. All of their they're ranged actually, so they wouldn't have come close to me anyways. So there was no need for me to run away or to get around. It's fine. I'm just gonna leave it from here. So they, technically speaking, they could stay where they were, and I'll just say that I moved, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I forgot I was blinded. Shoot. I think I rolled so well that it doesn't matter though. Like that's 2 burden. So, it wouldn't have mattered. I could just be here. It wouldn't have mattered because I rolled a 17, plus my 6, so I still would have hit them, so it's okay. So, actually, being blinded did not hurt a mod in any way. Holy crap. The goat. The effect wears off after D4 rounds. Oh, shoot. Okay. So 2 more rounds. Well, that's fine. It's only a 2 burden, actually, so not too bad. Okay, so so they wouldn't have moved, but I would have if I had to get closer to them while being blinded. So let's say that they're still here, and then I would have moved. So I was here, and I went 1, 2, 1 at 1, 2, 3, I guess, on my first turn. So then I shot them, and then I guess, yep, it's still 2 away, so I guess it's fine. Okay, so we'll say this is where we had moved to, because they wouldn't have moved because they're ranged, and everything that they have can hit me no matter what. So it's okay. We're good. There's no need for them to move because they could hit me anyways. So, okay. So now S1 is going to go. S1 is not injured. So it's going to do a standard attack of divine damage. I'm going to roll my defense. I already forgot what I needed. Switch it to average. It's a 12. But I do get plus 6 to whatever I roll. It's 11. I missed it by 1, so I get 1 minor. I would get 1 minor injury, but I get to ignore my first 2 minor injuries, so I'm fine. And then S2 is going to go. S2 has 1 injury. It's also going to do its standard attack, so I'm going to roll to defend again. Plus 6 is 8. Okay, I do take 1 major injury, but I'm going to use my vigor to turn it into a minor injury, which I don't take. So we're good. Okay, so Ahmad is fine. It is now his turn. He is going to shoot. He is blinded, so instead of a plus 6, I only get a plus 4, but I think I'll... Oh yeah, we're still good. So we still hit it. So the S2 now gets 1 major injury again. And then it's going to get this piercing injury. 2 for 1. The attacker deals 1 minor injury to a second target. Okay, cool. So S1 takes a minor injury. Okay, so that's his turn. S1 is going to attack now. S1 has no major injuries. So support action. Hymn of the Choir. All choir creatures receive 1 accuracy for D4 rounds. Oh, well, he's only blinded for 1 more round also. So they get 1 accuracy for 2 rounds. Okay. Okay. So then the second one is going to do its thing. The second one has 2 injuries. Wait, did I already? Oh, I rolled the wrong. Hang on. I rolled the wrong one because it has 2 injuries, not 1. It's fine. Let's just say it used it. No, because it wouldn't have used a support action if it was injured, like possibly. So I'm just gonna ignore that one. No, okay. So it had no injuries. No, and then I attacked it. This one has. I rolled the wrong one, so this one has no injuries still. So this one does a standard attack. Okay, my bad. I'm just gonna go back. So. Okay, I'm fine. I dodge. And then the other one has 2 injuries. Oh, it's gonna flee! Okay, so S2 runs away. So the second Seraph just runs away. Love to see it. Now it's a mod's turn. I'm still blinded, so I have to be closer to shoot it, so I'm gonna get here so I can shoot the S1. Plus 6 is 12. Okay, I barely pass. It takes 1 major injury. So I get a plus 6. That's great. Brutal poke. The target is sickened. I don't remember what that does. A sickened creature suffers burden. Oh, that's great. Sickened. Okay. So now it's going to attack me, but it's going to have a -2. Well, first it has 1 injury, so it's going to do its special attack. It is a... Oh, well, that doesn't help. I have to pass a hard will check. Oh, I'm already blinded. A sickened creature suffers burden. Well, that's so good, Say. Oh my god. Okay. So I need to do a hard will check. I do have +2 to will. So I need to get a 12, basically. I need to roll a 12. Oh man. Okay, well, I'm blinded again for 4 more turns. But you know what? He's rolling so high, it doesn't even matter. Holy crap. That's the goat. Okay, it's my turn. I'm gonna shoot it. No, well, no such luck this time, so I did miss. Now the Seraph is gonna go. It has 1 injury. It's gonna do its standard attack with a range of 5. But it is sickened, which means that I think that's gonna increase... It suffers burden, but it's not rolling to hit me, so I'm a little confused. So if it's burdened, but it's the enemy, I'm not... Okay, I think I just have to subtract 2 from my roll in the sense of, like, I don't have to roll as high. I think that's the way I think that makes sense, right? So, I'm gonna roll... Or no, I'm gonna roll my defense, so it's gonna be a +6, yeah, because I have the... Or I DR... Yeah. So 6 is 12... So I needed a, this is normally a hard attack, but I lowered it down to average because of my, oh wait, no, this is for me dodging, right? Okay. So this is hard. I needed a 14, but I'm gonna subtract 2 to say I needed a 12 because it's sickened, so with the burden. So I rolled a 6, so if I add my DR to that, that's exactly a 12. So I think I'm good. I'm good there. Okay, cool. cool. So then I'm going to shoot it. That's an 18, so I'm good. I managed to shoot it. That does a major damage to it, major injury, and I can make a second free attack against the same target. So I do that. Oh my goodness, that's a 15. I hit it, it's dead. Right? 15? Because I needed its average. The +2? I believe so. Oh yeah, no, 15 is way higher than 12. So, man, even when he's blinded, he's just like shooting. Oh my gosh, amazing. Oh my gosh, Ahmad, the GOAT. I do get an anguish simply for, like, encountering them because they're from the choir, but when I do my anguish check, it's with a +2, so it's literally impossible for me to fail this anguish check, so I'm not even gonna roll it. Creepy. I thought that would be nice to play after since they, you know, they're these seraphs from the choir. So now I'm gonna play this more gentle-ish music as we resolve this stuff. I'm gonna give myself 2 EXP because normally there's supposed to be 1 of them in a battle, but I fought 2 just for the story, so I'm gonna give myself 16 EXP. So I do level up. So that puts me at 58. So I am now level 2, and I'll deal with that in a little bit. Oops. I'll deal with the level up in a minute, but hey, it is cool that we leveled up. Okay. I didn't give myself EXP for staying in the, because normally I get 5 EXP for camping. I'm not going to do it for staying in the settlement, because that would be too OP. I could just stay in there and level up. That doesn't make any sense, so that's fine. Okay. I'm going to continue my writing. Oh, I just realized the Seraph is immune to all conditions. I just noticed that on their stat block, but it actually doesn't matter because even with the sickened, it's like I rolled so high that it wouldn't have affected anything anyways. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, I was so close. Thank goodness it was sickened. It's fine. It also says a Seraph always uses the hard injury track. That's weird. Does that mean that I can't do minor injuries on it? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's just funny. What is a hard injury? Oh, a Seraph always uses the hard injury track. Oh, they're always hard opponents. Shoot. You know what? I think I think for the sake of the fact that I had to fight 2 of them, it's okay that I made them average instead. I'm going to lower the amount of EXP I got. In that case, I'm just going to say I got 8 instead of 16, which still puts me at 50, so I still leveled up, but I'm not going to give myself as much EXP because that's not fair. So I think that's how I'll balance it, and I think that's fair. Okay. Yep. Still terrifying. Lethargy, XP, or does that mean he kills you? I don't think so. Okay. How do we feel about level drain? It's not that. I'm still level 2 because it only takes 50 EXP to level up, so it doesn't. I was temporarily hard as their attack choice. Oh, okay. No, I was also misinterpreting it because I read it and I didn't understand, or rather, this was at the bottom of all of their attacks, so I just didn't realize. I didn't read it at the beginning because it was at the bottom. But it says it always uses the hard injury track. What that means is here. It means that they have 4 major injuries instead of 3. But I think for storytelling reasons, because I already adjusted the story for there to be 2 Seraphs instead of 1, because the stat block says there's usually only 1. So I think just to make it fair, I'll make them average and I'll give myself less EXP, so it's fine. I mean, in like D&D in the olden days, undead could drain your level. Oh, no, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Because that's like going back in time. Okay. So okay. Let's see. I mean, taking a hard hit to the head would maybe make you forget. That's funny. I think I mentioned this with Vice, but I much prefer ability damage to it. I like it personally. Yeah, I think having some sort of stat drain might be okay, but I feel like considering how much you get on a level up, doing full level drain seems kind of unfair. Yeah. It's a bit much. I think if you had a DM playing, it'd be fine, but I don't know. As a solo player, I feel like stuff like that would really slow me down. But yeah, not a fan. But I've also never encountered it myself in a game. Okay. I'm going to... that was fight, so that did take another action. So I have 2 actions left. I'm going to use one to scavenge, and then the last one to move and get out. So, yay. The scavenging table. I found random armor. Why am I always finding random armor? Gosh. Random stuff. 37. Heavy shield. Yeah, but my crossbow is 2-handed, so... Yep. I'm going to do a settlement phase here in a moment, but I'm going to... Let me double check. Did I call it a settlement phase here on the... I just put settlement... I did. Yeah, I don't have to keep track of the months anymore. I did check about that, so... Alright, that's fine. Okay. Whew, so I'm going to reread what y'all were saying, and then I'm going to read all of that. Sorry, I went really quiet, because it was a very serious scene that we just went through. Oh, but also... Actually, I'm going to do the level up, and then the settlement phase. But yes, let me see here... As a DM, old D&D was awkward in all sorts of places. Yet, as a DM who did Pathfinder 1E, having a DM does nothing to help it easier. I had to deal with it in the first campaign I was ever in, but ended up getting lucky every time it came up. Also, like, it actively makes you not want to reverse it, because then you have to re-pick all your spells and stuff you lost, because you can't just keep your known spells and abilities, you have to toss them. So basically you have to level down. Then if you somehow negate the effect, you have to level back up the same way, and it's just really annoying and can pause the game for like an hour or more. It could probably work fine in break, since there isn't a lot of variance in the stats between levels. Yeah, I mean, if you're in a system that specifically is built with negative level in mind, and it just does something very simple, like lower a couple modifiers, that's very different, but in old D&D or PF, it's hell. Def wouldn't use it in PF, lol. Yeah. Yeah. It just sounds like a pain in general. Even though, like, I feel like I understand the idea behind it, and it should be, you can have things that are scary, but I don't know. You can be scary without being annoying, you know, so. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna read this, whole section. Actually, did I read this part? You know what? I don't think I read this section either. You know what? I just have a lot of reading. I'm just going to read this out loud. Okay. After striking the Rat King a few times with my arrows, they flee. No, I did read that. The area up ahead looks dangerous, so while it may take more time, I decide to go the long way around instead. I do find a shortcut along the way that will take me back to where the others are waiting for me. I make a mental note of it as I continue my search. There is a penitent of the choir here, humming a terrible tune as they unravel the skin and bones of some poor soul, weaving them into a long thread that they use to create a terrible tapestry. They're so distracted by what they're doing that they don't notice me. Remembering my last encounter with a penitent and how it killed Tariq, I give this one a wide berth as I search for resources. The hay bales look promising. I find a sling inside, stained with flecks of dried blood. I hope whoever uses it next has more luck. After searching a while, I find purslane growing. I don't know how I missed it, but there's plenty of it to stuff into my bag. After getting further away from the penitent, I feel safe enough to hack away at the trees to bring back some wood. Finian had lent me tools for gathering resources, and luckily an axe was among them. After a while, I managed to gather some logs to bring back. Going back past the shortcut I found earlier, I come across a broken wagon. There's a skeletal rider and horse with lots of burnt paper and things. It seems they were attacked by the choir for some reason. With all the paper, the man might have been delivering packages of some kind. I decide to sift through the wreckage to see if there's anything worthwhile. There's nothing in the broken wood and burnt paper ash, but just as I'm about to leave, I notice something that glints in the light. It's far from the wagon. I approach warily and see a rusted metal tube. There's just 1 inch of it that hasn't been entirely rusted over, which must have been what caught the light. The grass has grown higher than this tube, and so I only noticed it by complete chance. I pick up the tube. It's light and cold in my hand. I'm about to open it when 2 giant multi-winged creatures, obviously of the choir, appear. They swoop down at me, but on reflex I dodge out of the way. I must fight. The fight is a difficult one. These seraphs, as I realize they must be, are terrifying to behold, even for a non-believer like me. The bright flames are blinding, and I spend most of the battle with my eyes squinted almost completely shut to block out the light. My grip on the crossbow feels weak, but when I hear the screams of the seraphs, I know the bolts are landing. Eventually, some of the light fades as one of the creatures flees. This seems to make the remaining one even more wrathful as it shines with a menacing light towards me. Ducking behind a burnt stump, I do my best to aim and fire. My last bolt hits true, and the seraph falls to the ground in a heap of flaming feathers. In no time at all, its body burns away into nothing. Even with the seraphs gone, it takes a long time for my vision to return. As I stand in the clearing, my heart is racing and my chest heaves with great effort, but I did it. I can't believe I actually fended off 2 seraphs of the choir. The tube, which I'd tucked away just before my first shot, feels particularly heavy. I gently remove it and unscrew the lid to find a piece of parchment. As part of my education as Tariq's personal attendant, I was taught to read. I skimmed through the document at first, but then, in awe and confusion, I read it again. Slowly. As I read through what's written on the parchment and realize what this is, my hands tremble. Inside this tube, which the messenger had protected with his very life, is a papal testament. It is a condemnation of the choir from Pope Sylvester II. The document hints at a fundamental weakness in their divine nature, but the particulars are lost on me. It's vague, but this could be damning to the choir if this became known. I don't know how much I believe in the Pope's words, and anyway, the man is long gone now, but this is valuable information if nothing else. I stuff the parchment back into the tube and tuck it deep inside my bag. This has to be taken out of here safely. I do another look around the area before leaving for the shortcut and find a heavy shield. I have no use for it, but someone at the Abbey might find a use for it. Might find a way to make something out of it. I sling it across my back and leave the area to find Bo and the rest waiting for me outside. On our way back to the Abbey, I whisper to Finian about what happened. I give him the tube. I'll find a way to reinforce the metal to make it harder to open. I'll even add a lock to it. This shouldn't be casually found by anybody. I can't believe you just chanced upon it. I can't believe it either, I mutter. The whole encounter with the Seraphs has left me feeling shaken, yet the parchment's words. Could such terrible creatures truly have a fundamental weakness? Could it be exploited? But then, without the choir keeping the flesh in check, I have the feeling that life would be even harder. Finian gives me a once-over. Maybe that nasty business with that other boy was meant to happen. It feels like God has something special in store for you. I can't help the sardonic smile that comes to my lips at that. How can you see the world around us and still believe in a God? We gotta believe in something, don't we? Otherwise, how do we keep from going totally insane? I ponder his words all the way back to the Abbey. Okay. Oof. Yeah, he may making sure to establish that her character can read, or their character can read after the rift breakers. That's funny. Yeah, true. Important. Ahmad's giving birth? No. Believe in the flesh? No. Okay. So given that it's 7, so it's getting a little closer to my draw steel time, I'm not going to do the settlement phase right now because I'm going to have to like figure out where all this loot goes and everything. I'm going to wait and do the settlement phase next time. But I did find this loot. I have all this trauma and anguish that I'm going to have to slowly recover. So we'll stay at the settlement for a while, which is good because I have a ton of rations, which I'm going to eat one now before I forget. But I will do the level up stuff because that's important and I'm excited to finally level up. Okay, so that's on page 30. So that's going to be the last thing I do. Flesh for the flesh pile. Gosh. Okay. So each time a PC levels up, they earn 6 development points. Okay. Oh, so this is going to reset back to 0 because it's not cumulative EXP, and that's fine. So I have to hit 54 for the next level and so on and so forth. Okay. So I can this can be spent on a number of benefits. DPs can be saved and used when a character needs them most. Okay. I can increase a attribute by 1 for 20 DP. Ooh, that's a lot. Acquire a new skill. Okay, well, let me look at the skills. So I could do a skill. Let me just put this here. Gain 6 DP. 4 DP is used for new feat. 4 or weapon armor proficiency. 20 DP for like +1 to attribute, which is pretty darn good. And then 5 DP for new skill. 1 per level. Okay. I can save some, which is nice, but let's see. Let me look at the feats. This is nice because do I not have to do drawbacks if I get the feat now? I don't know. Let me see. Feats and skills. I guess I can't tell. I don't think I have to do drawbacks if I'm just gaining a new feat. And then the skills. Ooh. Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can gain a new skill. Skills are 5. Let me see what the other skills are. Let's see. Might be useful. Hmm. Pain tolerance might be nice. You know what? I'll just put this so we can see it. Gain 1 defense rating. Ooh, that might be nice. Just for more defense. Unbreakable. Okay, so I'm leaning towards unbreakable. Vigor is nice too, because that just helps me ignore these wounds, which is really great. So like one of these two is good. Um, hmm. Agent line. Already have that. +2 initiative. Oh, this is cool. As a standard action, you can make an easy dex check to disengage, move 1 square backwards, make an attack. Nah. Okay. Healing. Investigation. Lore mastery, navigation. One of these might be nice, just because it makes sense for him to have learned some more stuff after all that. But let's see. Calm. I already have that. Empathetic, insight, inner strength. Already have that. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm leaning towards unbreakable or vigorous. I think I already have 3 vigor, and that seems like a lot. So right now I'm going to get unbreakable because having 1 more defense rating would be nice. Because that's nice, because then if I have a high enough defense rating, then I don't really have to even get injured in the first place, so that's fine. Okay, so I'm going to spend the 5 DP to learn that new skill. So I do have 1 that I save then, which is nice. So I get 1 more DR from that skill. So I have 5. Okay. The nice thing is he does get +2 DR if I'm resisting divine damage, and so I feel like he was meant to fight the choir, it seems like. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna roll for my bolts to make sure that those didn't go down. Yep, so I'm fine there. Do I have to roll for my armor too? My armor going bad? No, it doesn't say. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the armor has usage die in this game, which is good, because that's a thing in other games. Consumables and timer. Okay, so I don't have to worry about my armor wearing out, which is very nice. Okay, so I think that's going to be it. About 4 hours. We got a lot done. I'm glad we were able to kind of learn more about the people at the Abbey. So we generated some new NPCs. We went into our we went into our first incursion. Maud found something really cool and terrifying. So I wrote a nice bit of story there. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself 5 EXP for camping after all that and thinking through the day, because I did, and we weren't at the settlement technically yet. So I'm gonna do that as like, because we're not safely in the settlement. I would say if we're safely in the settlement, I'm not gonna get my end of the day XP, but for this, I think we deserve it, because a lot of stuff happened, and he had a lot to contemplate. So I think that's good. So having that extra DR is going to be really nice. I love this crossbow. Our vigor is going to come back at the end of the day. So hopefully next time we can do another settlement phase with all the stuff we just found, and also just spend some time developing. I think it'll be good to develop some of the other characters as we work off our trauma and our anguish. So, all right. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a little bleak, but I think a lot of cool stuff happened. So I hope it was fun to watch for everyone. I had a great time as usual. I really love this game. There's something in the core gameplay loop that is super satisfying. Like I love base building, and so I love exploring, fighting, getting to go out and find stuff, and slowly building up the lore. Like I love Black Oath games, but I feel that out of the games I've played so far from Black Oath, this is the one that has the most narrative potential, just because the area and the lore of everything is so nice. Because the thing is, not nice like it's nice, but like nice because there's a lot. It's meaty, ha ha ha, in multiple ways. So like when I play Caer Nathalis is fun to play, but what story is there? You're down in the dark alone and everything is trying to kill you, you know? And Rift Breakers is an MMO, and most of them, you know, I think Kappa and I are doing well at like finding a story within it, but you know, it's not, you're playing for the gameplay. And so I think out of the ones so far, except Machine Gods, which I think is also very narratively rich, but you have to build your own, this one with the world and the lore, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's destiny. I feel like it's sad, but Tariq dying was just setting up a mod story, and I can't believe in his first incursion he found this like papal document that is about a world truth at this point, you know, and I love the implications of that, and interested to see who else comes to the town and where we go from here, you know. But man, Ahmad is, he is the chosen one. Can't believe he faced down, and yes, they were supposed to be hard, but honestly, I think he would have been fine, even it with them having more wounds, because it would have just had one more major wound, and it would have probably just taken one more turn to kill it, honestly. Like, yeah, see? So the next turn, he would have killed it anyways, so I think it's fine. So that being said, I should probably just give, you know what? I'm going to give myself that extra 8 EXP, because I just did that. You know what? He would have killed it anyways, because he was doing fine. I'm gonna give myself that XP. I deserve it. I fought 2 of them. Shoosh. But yeah, so that was so much fun. I love the incursion. I enjoyed that so much. I'm very intrigued by this flesh tree. I'm terrified, but you know, we didn't get over there. I was a little worried about time, so we didn't go, and I'm glad we didn't, because we made it out with just enough time to scavenge on our way out. So yeah, I think that was a lot of fun. I'm excited to play it again. I'll definitely put it into my schedule again for next week if I can. I have so much going on, but I'll do my best. But I'm excited to keep going into the game and seeing what awaits. All right, so on that note, let's see if there's somebody to raid into, and then we're gonna head out for today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.